Did I miss my cue? Oh no, I'm late. Oh dear. Well, welcome back to another stream. Hopefully everything is working okay. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I have a feeling my audio is probably too quiet because that's normally the problem. But man, it's good to be back. It's been a while. It's been a while since we did one of these. It's been more than a month. I was trying to sort of stick to at least a once a month cadence, and last week just didn't work out, which would have been about a month. So it's been a little bit more than a month. Krista with a K, good to see you. Levy Top, good to see you. Juice 15, a lot of familiar names. 525, 5.25 pilots. Remind me how to pronounce that name. Yeah, like I said, let me know how the audio volume is. I turned it up a bit once I started. And give me 1 second. All right, we've got Leviticus 3:16 and Levy Top. That's not going to be confusing. Dangerous SW, good to see you. You're watching from Spain. Fascinating. What time might it be in Spain? Is there lag at all? Is the audio and the video out of sync at all? Always a chill evening when you stream. Good. We have... hope you're settled in. We've got a long stream tonight, but I'm very excited. There's a lot of really good stuff. A lot of really good stuff to talk about. Sorry, just been a while since I've done this, so getting back into the rhythm. In sync, awesome. That's great. Good to hear that. Salutations, Mr. Perligo. Good to see you, Leviticus. I don't mind either. 5.25. That's what I'm going to go with. Cool. All right, so a quick rundown of what we're looking at doing tonight. Obviously, the main thing I'm focusing the stream around, let's say, the main core of the stream, is the drag path performance at the American Music Awards. Really cool performance. I'm sure all of you have already seen it. But there was, as I kind of mentioned yesterday when I canceled the stream, I postponed it to tonight. There was something in that performance when I watched it for the first time that triggered something in me, a memory, a theory, I guess, that I had kind of forgotten about. And for some reason, the original Drag Path music video didn't trigger that in me. So we're going to kind of go down that rabbit trail that I went down over the weekend. It's a short one. It's not the most in-depth theory I've ever come up with, but it is interesting and it ties some stuff into the ending, and I think it's cool. I think it's interesting, let's say. I don't think my theorizing is cool. I think it's an interesting and cool thing to think about. It's pretty late here, but I saw you were live and decided to pop in, but I'll be leaving now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but that makes sense. Good to see you, Dangerous SW, as always. That reminds me, before we fully get started, I just wanted to give a big shout out to Panicking Penguin, who just joined the channel membership at the donor level, which is the highest level that we have. So thank you very much for that. Very much appreciate that. It's great to have your continued support. It's great to have you showing up to these and watching the content. And while we're at it, shout out to the Nerd Podcast, or the Nerd Alert Podcast 1 and IEUA 69, who are other channel members and have been for quite some time. So thank you to both of you for your continued support. I don't know if either or any of you are tuned in tonight, but thank you once again. This is the earliest I've ever been to one of these. I wish I could say the same. All right, so we've got the AMA performance to kind of dissect and a theory connected to that I wanted to discuss. And then, obviously, Perligo Ponders, as per usual, I want to do a live recording of one of those episodes. That's always a lot of fun. It's always great to kind of not just respond to the Perligo Ponders comments myself, but also respond to them with you and hear your thoughts on some of these ideas. And obviously, some of you who have commented things that we will be talking about tonight often show up in the live chat, and that's always a lot of fun as well. And my goodness, I'm losing track of everything we've got to get through. Couple of light items. some random theories I saw on Reddit that I thought would be fun to look at. Some 21 Pilots themed games. We're bringing that back towards the end of the stream as we kind of wind down and get into a very much chill stream segment. And then I thought it would be fun to, well, I'm not sure if this is going to be in a formal or official part of stream or segment or anything like that, but often in the past, especially on the longer streams, once we've gotten through kind of the main segments that I wanted to discuss and present, we get to a point where you guys start sending me things that you want to talk about and react. You want me to react to, you want to look at and discuss. How long is stream usually? It used to be like 1 to 2 hours, I think. And then once I started doing it less frequently and more on a once a month basis, it's been 3 to 4. So I would say, I'd say 3 to 4. Yeah, 12 hours. I'm not doing 12 hours tonight. Maybe one day. Maybe if I actually get around to gathering all the pieces up for that Lego dema mock and actually building it, that might take me 12 hours. But I think most likely if I do that, which it seems like overwhelmingly you guys want me to do, and I'm more than happy to. I'm a big Lego fan, so that would be awesome for me. And if nothing else, it'll be cool to have that kind of, display here alongside everything else. I suspect if I do that on stream, I won't build the entire thing in one sitting, in one stream, but more likely I would kind of, just like typically there's a Perligo Ponder segment that's pretty consistently in every single stream that lasts a certain amount of time. I'd probably say the final hour of every stream I'm going to spend building this set until it's done. And we'll just go from there. And as I build, we can chat and things like that. Yes, 5.25 pilots. 525 pilots. Yes, that is a good thought. We should talk about Celeste predictions. I'm not going to do that tonight, but what I wanted, so I was thinking about doing it tonight. Lots of other stuff to cover tonight, but I do want to talk about that next stream. So probably in a month. We still got time before the show. But sorry, I just completely blanked on my train of thought. Oh yeah, set list idea. My question for you guys is, do you have a sort of go-to place that you build out set lists when you're thinking about what a set list could be or recording what set lists have been? Because obviously in the past, both with set list predictions and album, sort of like the Ultimate Lore album or What If Clancy and Breach were all one album, those things that we've done, I've basically just taken a Word document and built a table in it and then filled the sort of boxes in there, and it's very convoluted. It doesn't really look that great. It's not that streamlined on my end either, so it's kind of the worst of both worlds. It's not easy for me. It doesn't look good for you guys. So, I could pull up chat. I forgot about that. Oh, it's not displaying. Give me 1 second. So basically, my question then is there a particular set list builder that you guys like to use? And if so, put a link in the community tab or something like that so that I can, so from now until the next stream, so that I could use that instead of the Word document. And the main reason why I want to move away from that for this specifically, besides the fact that I haven't really enjoyed using it in the past, is because if we're looking at a 3-hour set list, I'm suspecting that's going to be somewhere around 35 or more songs, and that starts to get really long. And again, it's really hard to display everything well in the format that I was using before. So I made a set list on the tab. Don't know what that means. Hopefully the set list doesn't get leaked until the next stream. I doubt it will. And I'm hoping to stream again in a month or maybe even less. So this was a longer gap than I had planned between streams. Now, to be fair, I did stream twice in May. So I think they'll bring back something from Regional Best or Self-Titled. I hope so. Yep. Com tab. I don't know what that is. Google Chrome. I want something that not only displays well, but is easy to move around, a sort of drag and drop kind of mechanism. I'm sure I could build out something, using an existing thing that's not for set lists, but just some other random thing. Almost the tier maker list, you could probably modify into it as well if you just had 3 tiers, like, beginning, B list, encore, or something, or B list, B stage, encore, something like that. Do you think they'll play Hometown? I kind of hope so. It's the concert to play it, right? Community tab. Oh, I see. You just typed it there. I mean, look, that's not a terrible idea. Again, it's more like I want all the songs to show up on screen and also be easy for me to see on my end all at once. So I just realized how old Tyler and Josh are because they go off such youthful energy. Yeah, I know. They're in their 30s. They're ancient. All right, a couple before we really get into the meat and potatoes here. A couple housekeeping things, a couple quick news updates and light items that I wanted to go over. A couple of exciting things. So yeah, like I said, streaming again. We'll be streaming about once a month for the time being. That is going to change at some point. We're going to go back to more frequent streams, but I'm hoping we're going to go back to more frequent streams, and then I'm going to take a break from streaming at some point for potentially a couple months. So sort of like I did at the beginning of the year. I'll be doing that at the end of the year. So around, I guess I kind of, I took a month and a half off around Christmas. I'll be doing something like that again, except for I'll probably start in November. It'll be November, December, maybe part of January, and then I'll come back. But then when I come back, I will probably be streaming more frequently and have sort of better flow for streams. So, no, yeah, I know. I like streaming, but there's stuff in life that makes it hard to do it so consistently. But like I said, once a month for the time being, starting either August or September, I'll be back to every other week. And I might even do weekly a couple times. We'll see. Because there's a trade-off, right? When I stream once a month, it's easier to do longer streams, both because there's more stuff to talk about because it's been longer, and I have more time to dedicate to a longer stream. But if I stream more frequently, they have to be shorter streams. So it's a trade-off. They have a bunch of songs they've never played live. Hope they hit off some of those. That would be cool. Definitely hope they bring back Ode to Sleep. But anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We can talk about the set list next stream when we pull that all up. Pasted a set list on Google Chrome and put it in the tab is what I'm saying. Okay, that makes sense, Levi. Or Levi. Levi Top. Love you, Top. But yeah, I'll look around. Again, if you guys have ideas, please do let me know. I'm open to suggestions. But that's part, although not the whole reason why we're not doing that tonight. Okay, a few quick things. Housekeeping. For those of you who don't know, Perligo Ponders, the podcast series, is available on Spotify. Now, obviously, everything that's on Spotify is also on YouTube. If you prefer watching videos on YouTube, please do. I mean, obviously, that's the main place I post content. That's sort of my home. That's where this all lives. But a little while ago, I'm sure many of you already know this, it's on Spotify. A little while ago, some people asked for me to put it on Spotify because they prefer listening to that particular series. It certainly lends itself more to an audio podcast than an exclusively video podcast, and more than some of my other content does. So I put it on Spotify. If you would rather listen to it and you don't like listening to stuff on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't really do that very well unless you have YouTube Music, it's not on you. Well, it might be on YouTube Music by nature of posting it to YouTube. But anyway, it's on Spotify. All the episodes are posted as they're posted on YouTube. There's no real delay. I typically post videos to YouTube Sunday morning, and then they go out on Spotify Sunday afternoon, something like that. Then also there are occasionally things like this bonus episode, because it was Perligo Ponders adjacent, my conversation with anti-haze extremists about faith and music in JD and 21 Pilots. So that's accessible there, that 30-minute conversation as a bonus episode. And then also these Pondering Live, quote-unquote, episodes. Again, available on YouTube, but they're shorter, 9 to 12 minutes, and they're pulling comments and questions that are responded to in a live stream as opposed to pre-prepared comments that came in as a Perligo Ponders YouTube comment or something like that. So from time to time, I post a number of those as I sort of gather a backlog. But the main thing that's being posted here are just the Perligo Ponders podcast episodes. So if that interests you, if you like listening to stuff on Spotify, check it out, give it a follow, give it a good star rating, all that kind of stuff. There will be more podcasts from Perligo on the way to Spotify and YouTube, of course. Everything's always going to be posted on YouTube, but there are some more things in the works that will hit Spotify as well. So if you want to be on the lookout for that, this is a great way to do that. Another random thing, can it be on Amazon Music? So potentially. I need to look into it more. Someone said Amazon Music and someone said Apple Music. Spotify is very straightforward and intuitive for posting stuff because they have their own Spotify for podcasting thing set up. So it's very easy to just get your foot in the door and start throwing stuff up on Spotify. It seemed a little bit more complicated for Apple Music and Amazon. I'm going to look into it more, especially if there's a big desire. But it hasn't been a top priority because it's a little fiddly to get it on there. And obviously, the main place I'm hosting stuff anyway is YouTube. It's a little different to distributing music. Like often when you distribute a song, use a distributor, and that gets blasted across all the different platforms. With a podcast, at least the way I'm doing it, which is free, I'm not paying anything to put it up. It's a lot harder. It's not harder. It's just time consuming and tedious. So, but yes, maybe down the road. Can you put it on vinyl? I mean, theoretically, like technically, yes, I probably could. No one would buy that, but it would also, I think it would cost me about $1,000 to do that, something like that. You can finally fall asleep to 21 Pilot Theories, exactly, as you always dreamed of doing. What other bands do you listen to other than 21 Pilots and JD? I mean, those are the main musical acts where I really listen to them as a band. I like a good amount of stuff from Arrested Youth, but I've kind of fallen off from listening to him with his recent stuff. I mean, it's the new stuff he's put out, the Sobvale Saga. It's fine, but I didn't find it quite as impressive. I like some NF stuff, but I find him to be very hit or miss. But yeah, in terms of, it's kind of like I have 21 Pilots, JD, and then a bunch of random music that is adjacent to their styles or just other random things that I like. But I don't have a ton of other artists where I consistently listen to every single album that they put out and things like that. Unless I'm forgetting something. I do like the People's Thieves as well. They haven't released anything in a while, but that is another one. If they were consistently putting out music, I would be listening to every new thing. They just haven't put out anything new in a long, long time. But yeah, the People's Thieves, if you like 21 Pilots, you should check out the People's Thieves. They're good. They're reminiscent of like self-titled Regional Best Year. The production's not top notch, but I like what they're doing. I think it's cool. But again, like I said, they really don't release a ton of music. They put out 2 albums a while ago. I love NF, especially more recent music. He has a lot of similarities to Top. Yep. Yeah. I just find he puts out so much music, and there are more, what's the word? Not hidden gems, but 21 Pilots, I consistently like basically every single song they put out. And the same with JD. And I don't have that many other artists like that. I also just listen to a lot of film music as well. Like Hans Zimmer, Ludwig Göransson, I don't know, Oppenheimer, Tenet, Black Panther, that guy. Sinners, I think he did as well. Hans Zimmer, you might know. I really like the Project Hail Mary soundtrack, but getting a little off topic. All right, another random thing, another shameless Perligo plug. For those of you who like polling competitions and want something to fill your time until the next polling competition hits this main channel, which will be November. I think November 1st is when I'm planning to launch the next, polling competition for all 21 Pilot songs, our yearly competition. But in the meantime, in preparation for Nolan's next film, The Odyssey, which releases in less than a month, I have started a new polling competition on my second channel for all of his films. So it's much shorter. It's only going to last a couple weeks. But if you like engaging in polls and you're a fan of Christopher Nolan, head over to Perligo Review and you can vote on those things there. It's a very small channel, but why not? It could be fun. So yeah, there's that as well. What else did I have? Oh yeah. Speaking of JD, I'm sure some of you have seen this. I don't know how much of this I can actually play because it's... Oh, what on earth? As you can see, I'm not signed in, so whatever that was is not directed towards me. But anyway, like just general YouTube slop. I hate YouTube shorts. Anyway, JD has a new song coming out this Friday in collaboration with another artist that I had never heard of before. Colby, I think her name is. So I'm gonna play a bit of this, but again, I don't want to. It's music. YouTube always goes crazy with with music copyright. But let me make this a bit smaller. There we go. Nice. What is this song called? Take What You Want. Okay, cool. She's opening for them on their... I did see that. She is opening for them on their new headlining tour. Oh, you can't hear it. What else is new? All right, let's try that. Probably best you can't hear it. Yeah, maybe. Baby, is that... Can you hear it? If I pause every 10 seconds, every second. Anyway. There you go. There are your snippets. Go listen to it. Go find the short. Go listen to it on Friday when it comes out. Anyway, I just wanted to highlight that. There's a new JD song. It's very exciting. They've been putting out a lot of content, or a lot of music, this year as well. You can hear it. That's great. So that will be good for the next things that we look at. Yeah, I know I am behind on JD content. I have not forgotten. So I'm leaving to watch the short and returning. Go ahead. Love to claim no pause. What? Going to the show in December. That's awesome. There's another snippet. I mean, look, I've looked at music videos in videos before. It's just live streaming. It's always a little, always a little iffy. All right. And then this is really cool. I reposted the reel that Spooky Bree put out on Instagram earlier today, but Better Day has been in my head for a few days. Very nice. Yeah. Good song. But yeah, this is a new regional at best, unofficial, but looks pretty good, documentary by Spooky Bree about the early days of 21 Pilots. I actually, fun story, I reached out to Spooky Bree before stream and was like, hey, this project looks amazing. Can I show off the trailer on my stream? And she was like, yeah, I don't mind, but it's full of copyrighted music, so you'll probably get claimed. So I'm not going to play it with sound. But anyway, if you want to go check out the trailer, go to her channel, subscribe to her channel. It's coming out July 15th, I believe, and it looks pretty good. And I don't know. I've been wanting more content like this about the early days of 21 Pilots. There's a lot we don't know. There's a lot that is known, there's a lot that's out there to be gathered together, like it seems like she did, based off of what she said about the documentary. But there's a lot of sort of missing gaps and hidden pieces of knowledge about the early days of 21 Pilots that it would just be great to have sort of gathered together in one place in a documentary, both for Regional Best and then maybe down the road for self-titled, whether she does it or someone else. But I've seen that on my For You page along with the 2011 Lost Media, but still haven't watched it. Yeah, so still another few weeks before this comes out, but definitely I would say it looks like something that's going to be worth watching. I'm definitely going to watch it. Again, probably not on stream, but I'm sure there may be clips or things from it that I will find worth talking about. But regardless, it's very cool to have more content like this coming out, more sort of history of 21 Pilots, especially the early days. And it's hard to find a lot of that stuff. Sounds Christian, which I love, but the vibe doesn't grab me, but I'll likely love it, so I'll go with a 9. Can someone link this? Yeah. Can someone put it in the community tab? You can also just search Spooky Bree. Here, I'll, right there, Spooky Bree, just go find her channel. I guess the chat's covering it. There. Go find her channel, watch the trailer. The main thing here, I mean, there is some audio from Tyler and Josh, but mostly it's music that she played over it with a lot of visuals because she's saving most stuff for the documentary itself. So, yeah, anyway. Looks very cool. Very excited. Shout out to Spooky Bree for putting this together. Very excited to see it when it comes out. And that's about it for news items before we shift into something else entirely. So let me just double check. I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't think I am. Oh, I know what I'm missing. There was a comment. Do you like Lord of the Rings? Yes, I do. The Odyssey actually doesn't look very good, as great as Nolan is. So I'm inclined to agree. Before we launch into a big discussion about the Odyssey, Levi, I would love to talk through that with you. Like I said, what I would like to start doing, what I'm planning to do with this stream, is have a sort of end period where it's just a chill hangout and it's not specifically 21 Pilots related content. And so, like I said, there's a couple of trailers for movies because, I'm interested in movies. A couple of trailers for movies that I wanted to pull up and look at in that end portion. And if you have anything else you want me to look at or react to, like I know in the past we've looked at trailers for The Backrooms or a video game that I can't remember the name of, and sort of, what was it, analog horror related to 21 Pilots. So just random miscellaneous stuff, a sort of Perligo After Dark wind down segment after the bulk of the stream, especially for these longer streams when I'm not streaming as much. I'm happy to kind of throw that in. So all that is to say, Levi, if you're able to stick around, I would love to chat about the Odyssey and your thoughts on it at the end when we get into the Perligo chill, Perligo After Dark, whatever you want to call it. And I would love for all of you to stick around. I think that'll be fun. With that being said, I think 21 Pilots is the only artist I like no matter what it's about. I like every aspect of the band. The only artist you like. Interesting. Okay. Why not? All right. So, as many of you know, the after show with Perligo. There we go. The after show with Perligo. The Perligo post show. The post Perligo show. No. I don't hate the after show with Perligo. As many of you know, I think, I obviously have done a good amount of theorizing about 21 Pilots, and I haven't what's the word? Obviously, Perligo Ponders is related to theories, but I haven't built out and presented as many theories compared to sort of discussing the lore more generally, if that makes sense. I don't know if that does make sense, because I'm not sure I fully understand what I just said. All this is to say, I saw someone talking about Disclosure Day. I had mixed reviews about the message. I just think aliens are demons. So I put out a video on Perligo Review back when the trailer came out, making a similar idea, similar proposition. Anyway, regardless, it's been a while since I've sort of come and presented a theory to you, I feel like. And I certainly don't usually build out these theories in a live stream for a number of reasons. But one, it's just a slightly less controlled environment. It's a little harder to build out things in quite the same way. But I wanted to give it a try tonight because I wanted to look at the American Music Awards performance of Drag Path that 21 Pilots did, which for some reason Billboard ranked as one of the worst performances of the night. I'm not sure why, but in fairness, I didn't see all the other performances, so maybe there's something absolutely spectacular. I don't know. I thought it was an incredible performance. Now, I'm not going to play the whole thing because, like I said, I'm sure many of you have already seen it, and also it is full of copyrighted music. And I don't want to either get the stream taken down or just completely claimed, demonetized, etc. Billboard L. What can you say? I think Sombers was the worst. I didn't see that one. You may be right. Fantastic vocals and jogles and pair locals. You did imagine that last one, but yes, fantastic vocals and jogles. This shot here, why didn't we get more of this? Right? This aesthetic is great. I love the smoke and everything, but it completely obscures what Josh is doing. And they did have a camera set up to show what Josh is doing. And it's always interesting to see what Josh is doing, especially as he starts playing more and more instruments and bring in all these other things. But it was mostly obscured. So we got some snippets of it, but yeah. Also, in terms of the sort of nostalgic home videos and things like that of their childhood, I didn't see any particular lore relevance in this. I don't think there was supposed to be. Maybe some people did. I'd be curious to hear those interpretations and those ideas if you did see a sort of lore read on this, have a lore read on this, a lore meaning behind it. But really, I think what it is Drag Path is the last song on the last album in this sort of chapter of 21 Pilots history. And so to show their beginnings while playing the ending in a lot of ways, I think just made a lot of sense. But again, I don't think there was necessarily anything particularly lore relevant about that, in case anyone is wondering. This was a bit of a cameraman L, I have to say. And as someone who has, not to this level, but has filmed live performances and live music things in the past, live events, let's just say, I know the cameraman must have been kicking him. Great vocal performance from Tyler. Great scream. Some people in the chat right now are claiming that it's even better than the line. I think that's up for debate. I thought the line scream was also great. But it is really, really good, and I think it fits this part of the song really well. And the cameraman just completely missed it. Not a bad shot of Josh, but not really what we're supposed to be looking at. I wish when they went to upload this to YouTube, they had fixed that in some way. Obviously, this camera angle wouldn't have gone the shot, but they had lots of other camera angles around. Just anything that showed Tyler in this moment would have been great to see. Because, I mean, honestly, even if they focused on him with this camera, all the shots of him at this point with that camera were kind of dark. So, even a wide shot would have been good. At this point, you already know Tyler was going to pull something at the end. What do you mean by that? Did you see the really high quality top festival? The camera missed the overcompensate piano jump. That is, I didn't see that. That is awkward. But if it's like a festival, it's a little more forgivable because presumably the cameramen are not dedicated to that particular act so much as the festival. But I don't know. Navigating has some good screams. Yep. So yeah, that's sort of my overarching take on this performance. It was great. AMA and Billboard kind of messed up a couple technical things with their camera work. It wasn't 21 Pilot's fault, but missing that scream was a big one. Instantly jumped out to me when watching it live, and then also when watching it back. As soon as you see that shot of what Josh is actually doing on the synth, and then all the rest of them kind of obscure him and don't show that off again, I feel like you're kind of missing something. If you're going to show him playing the drums as much as you rightfully show him playing the drums, you should also do that when he's playing a synth as well. But that's just me. I think sometimes people try to find lore in places a bit too much where it isn't sometimes. Fair. However, on that note, let's talk about the lore inside this performance. Now, I don't think necessarily... I certainly... My takeaway from this video and this performance, let's say, was not that it really introduced a new chapter of the story or introduced a whole new spin on the lore necessarily. It was more that watching this performance made something finally click for me and I guess brought back a memory that for some reason hadn't clicked for me and I hadn't remembered and hadn't made this connection until watching this performance. And there are some elements in this video that did bring me into a deep dive into some very much lore-related elements. The argument here is not that this performance is a chapter of the lore, but more that what they do visually here in this performance jogged my memory and sort of has Easter eggs that replicate things that we see in the lore while not necessarily telling us anything new about the lore, if that makes sense, right? Like, when you watch the live show and they stand, in navigating, right before navigating, they go and stand in front of the city of Dema and it starts burning. Maybe this is a bad example. At the beginning of the live show, when it opens with Overcompensate, you get the videos of Overcompensate and all that kind of stuff. You get the lore elements. He comes out in the Clancy mask. All of that is related to the lore, but it doesn't necessarily tell you anything new about the lore. It just is there continuing to play off the visual elements of the lore and bring that into a live performance. Does that make sense? So I think in a similar fashion, Dragpath here wasn't necessarily trying to give us a bunch of clues about something we need to go find in the lore or something new that's coming in the lore. It could be. That could be true. That could be the case. But that's not really the understanding or the interpretation I had of what's going on here in Dragpath. I think instead there are some elements which I'm about to highlight that play off of things that we've seen in the lore and then led me to look at those elements of the lore a bit further, a bit more closely, that then led to another idea that I had. I just posted the navigating scream in the community tab. Awesome. We will look at that at the end, or after this. Okay, let me pull up another clip right here. 205. All right, right here. I don't know why it was this moment in particular. I just remember vividly when watching the performance that it was this moment in which here, when the trees in the background all illuminated. Trees that we've seen in the Dragpath music video a number of times. Nothing crazy, right? It suddenly unlocked this memory that I had of at some point during the Clancy era making a prediction about how the story was going to end. Which was that, well, it just has a bit more context actually. Like I said, this was something that I proposed during the Clancy era. It wasn't a theory that I desperately held on to. It wasn't something that I necessarily thought there was tons and tons of overwhelming evidence for, but there were some clues that kind of hinted towards it. But the idea was that the significance of the song Trees and the song Forest and the fact that we see a forest in Overcompensate and the idea of tree houses in Forest and Stressed Out, all of these different elements, including especially the fact that the song Trees has been around since the self-titled era. It wasn't on self-titled, but that original lineup of the band was playing Trees before Regional Best and before Josh joined and all of that kind of stuff. Trees has been around for a long time. But in the lore, we didn't really see much playing on this idea of trees. But we do know that forests exist. We also saw, like I said, we know forests exist because we saw that opening shot in Overcompensate, where we see a forest on the continent of Trench. And then we also have this visual inside the Skeleton Icy live stream for the Heathen's Trees mashup, where or not the Heathen's Trees mashup. That's with the moon. I don't know where I was going with that. But we do get a lot of imagery of trees, and certainly the song Trees was played. I think that's where that came from. And as we approached City Walls, I realized there wasn't really enough to this theory to make it a sort of solid central theme of my final theory for the end of the lore. But I haven't forgotten before Breach that this idea of the story potentially ending in a forest or among trees seemed like it could be a valid idea. Then City Walls came out. There wasn't really any mention or element of trees there at all. Kind of fell away from my memory and recollection and wasn't really a prominent idea that I was still trying to work with. And then when watching this, I'll pull it up again. For some reason here it clicked for me that we did get, in a way, the story ending in a forest. Now, Dragpath is not a story video the way City Walls was, and I'm in no way claiming that it was, or that story somehow continues the lore of Clancy. That video out of a forest continues the lore. But I do think it's interesting, almost as an Easter egg, that I, and I think others, had this idea that the story might come to a conclusion in a forest in trees, especially because they end every concert with trees. And then, in a way, we kind of did get the story ending in a forest with trees, because the final song on the final album, Dragpath, had an accompanying music video that takes place in a forest, and is in fact called Out of a Forest. And, you know, it brings us into this forest, and at the end we're pulled out of the forest. And we can go down a different rabbit hole, no pun intended, about how Dragpath has relations to the lore. That's not really the point of the conversation here, but it is a conversation worth having, but it's not really where I'm trying to go with this. Isn't trees in no fun intended? That, for some reason, I'm not actually sure on. And when I say for some reason, I used to think wholeheartedly it was, but some people seem to really question that and bring it into doubt. And the reality is, and I think many others, don't 100% know what was on No Fun Intended. I can never remember what's officially categorized as being on that original demo CD for No Fun Intended, and what's kind of been lumped in there as early demos and early versions of 21 Pilot songs. I think there's a chance that Trees was, but the version of Trees that was on No Fun Intended has been lost to history. I believe also there's a podcast on SoundCloud, only 2 episodes of which remain publicly available, called the 21 Pilots Podcast. And in it, in the 2 episodes that remain, they feature Nick Thomas and Chris Solly, one episode for each. And they talk about the early days of 21 Pilots, the self-titled era. And I'm trying to remember, but they might have mentioned something about Trees being a song that Tyler Joseph wrote in high school before bringing it over to the band project. But don't quote me on that because I don't remember for sure. So in short, yes, it could have been on No Fun Intended, but some people throw doubt on that. So I'm not going to say yes, it 100% was part of that, if that makes sense. So that was the main connection here with this moment. That it jogged my memory about this whole idea of how the story was going to end. And it kind of made me look a little closer at the video and say, okay, they're maybe playing off of lore elements. And then as we continue through the video, there's something that really caught my eye. First, though, a quick little fun Easter egg. I like how the drum sets here are covered in skulls and aliens, especially because the alien mask was, in the early days of 21 Pilots, something that Josh Dunn used to wear and was more of a prominent symbol as well. So, I don't know. I don't think we've ever really fully understood what the meaning behind the alien imagery is. So I'd be curious to know if that's something. I'd be curious to dive into it more down the road, let's say, and to know if there's something more behind all of that we're missing. Regardless, just thought it was cool that they stylized the drums that way. But let's skip ahead to what is really the main core of what I found interesting about this performance and what sent me down a rabbit trail trying to find some other connections. So around this point in the video, and it's cool that they did this live, they applied this effect to the cameras as they're playing. And it's very, very similar to what I call the disassociation blur. Before we get into that, let me catch up on some chats so I don't get too far ahead of everyone in the conversation, because I think you guys are saying some interesting stuff. All right. It's expected for Tyler to do something outstanding at the end of a song when they play it live, like a scream. Yeah, I guess, or, yeah. Potentially fair. The camera work isn't the best. Okay, AT&T performance, other performance. In Trees, Tyler asks God where he is and wants to find him, but at the end, God finds Tyler. Dragpath also connects to themes in Implicit Demand for Proof. Okay. Show Me Your Face and Blasphemy with the talk of seeing God's eye. Tyler wrote Trees when he was 17, according to him on the Vessel 10 livestream. Thank you. That does confirm it then. So yes, it could have well have been on No Fun Intended. Then the question becomes, is the version that we have on that collection really the version that was part of that original No Fun Intended EP? I'm inclined to say no, because it's identical to what we see on Regional Best, and I suspect they reworked it somewhat for that. But it could be very similar. Dragpath music video starts with the same sound as City Walls, so I think they were hinting that Dragpath is kind of lore related. Sure, that's very fair. Again, I'm inclined to think it definitely is lore adjacent, definitely has things that are worth considering or trying to understand it in order to better understand what's going on in the lore. I think that's very fair, a very fair way of looking at it. Does it mean it's another chapter of the lore or that everything that happens in that video is canonical to the lore? No. But again, I think it is almost like a cipher, or almost the key to a cipher. Is that the right metaphor? Significant that they almost always play Trees at the end of concerts. Yes. Tyler struggles with death, so he gets the Heavy Dirty Soul mask. Josh feels socially awkward, so he feels like an alien. Fair. I'm lagging. Is anyone else lagging? Or sorry, is anyone else lagging? Am I lagging for anyone else? That's what I meant to say. I wonder if Trees is the first song Tyler wrote. I kind of doubt it. I don't think so, but not anymore, no lag. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Please do let me know if that happens again, because I will not notice. Blasphemy or Talk About Saga, maybe. I was, yeah. Stop now. I was lagging a bit, but it's gone now. Okay. Cool. Well, that's good. I'm glad it's gone. Like I said, let me know if it happens again. I will not be offended if you tell me that. All right. Aren't we all lagging when you think about it? Yeah. It's so true. Oh, wait. Hello? Did my audio cut out? I might have muted it by accident. Anyway. I know how to stream. So, bringing us back into this, there was a cool camera effect. I think you're good on the lag. Awesome. There was a cool camera effect that they started to employ, and it's always cool when they do camera effects live. But this one in particular I thought was interesting that they employed. Now, I'm willing to acknowledge, before we get into all of this, as a disclaimer, I could very well be reading too much into this. But kind of like I said at the beginning, even if I am, that doesn't really change where I want to go with this. It more prompted something in my mind to go back and say, oh, maybe I should revisit an element of the lore that I kind of overlooked. So even if this was unintentional and doesn't have anything to do with the lore, it still brought me to a place that definitely does have something to do with the lore. And like I said, mostly what I'm talking about and trying to illustrate with this show, this performance, is that it prompted me to take a closer look at certain elements of the lore. Well, let's take a look at what I like to call the disassociation blur. There's got to be a better term for it, but it's like a blur. It's a motion blur, almost I don't know exactly what the correct term is, but you know what I mean. You can see it. And there's another one where he does it even more prominently. That's a pretty prominent example as well. So, this instantly brought to mind something that I vividly remember seeing, or most vividly remember seeing in Levitate. And I think it's interesting that it's in Levitate, and you'll see why in a minute. I wish it were in more videos, because it would further support my theory, but you'll see what I mean by that. Blur effect, his face gets blurry. Blurry face, yeah. Yes. Obviously, there's that kind of on-the-nose idea. But here in Levitate, we have an interesting video. Because it's very much Clancy joining the Banditos. And this is sort of why I think of this as a disassociation blur. I also kind of just got that terminology from navigating. Even though that video doesn't have any blur-like effect like this, it just kind of conjures up this imagery when you hear the word disassociate. Honestly, I think the main reason why I call this the disassociation blur is because when I heard navigating for the first time and he said disassociate, I thought of this shot right here that we're about to look at. But regardless, interesting music video. Clancy has just joined the Bandito camp. He's made it out of Dema once again, and instead of just wandering through the wilderness of Trench and being somewhat in awe and almost fear of the Banditos who surround him, he is now joining their ranks. So kind of fully committing himself to being a rebel and leaving Dema for good. And as the video comes to an end, as I'm sure you remember, that's when Nico makes his reappearance.
Compensation feels a lot like rising up to dominate.
So right there, this is the most prominent example of the blur, right, where he's almost fading into 2 or 3 different people, right? I mean, it's an interesting shot, right? I don't know if we've really ever fully wrestled with or tried to understand what's going on in this image here. What's happening in the lore that causes this to happen. It's not just a blurry face thing. It's not just blurry face imagery. He's not even blurred. It's an effect that's often used when people become disembodied. I'm not saying he's doing any sort of kind of mystical disembodiment necessarily, but it's an interesting effect that they applied, and especially when we're looking at the Trench trilogy of videos, every detail I think is pretty significant. They did this very, very carefully. twentyonepilots fans are the weirdest breed. Perligo fans are the weirdest, but also the smartest and funniest. So maybe the most normal. I don't know why we're the weirdest, but okay. Thank you, Livy Top. All right, so there's this moment, and then that happens. We'll come back to this. And then it becomes more and more prominent as we go later into the video, especially after he is seized by Nico. So we see that here. And this effect here is much more similar to what we were seeing in the Dragpath music video. Or not music video, the performance video. So we have that effect there. Again, I'm not going to play all of this because copyright, but we have it here as well. So it becomes most prominent and definitely something that he is seeing through his eyes after he is seized by Nico and undergoing a drag path back to Dema. So that's interesting, right? It's interesting that they brought this effect back for the drag path music video. Or again, I keep calling it the music video. The drag path performance video. The AMA performance video. It's interesting they brought the effect back for that. It's interesting that we see it here when he is undergoing a drag path and is most explicitly undergoing a drag path. Now, we do have what we see in Jumpsuit is called a drag path and very much is a drag path as well. There's no denying that. But here we see him actually being dragged. In Jumpsuit, we don't actually see the dragging happen. It's implied, right? We see him taken down by Nico. He's on the ground. He's been captured, and he's going to be dragged back to Dema. He's going to undergo a drag path. Again, there's no denying that. That is confirmed in the I'm Clancy video that he's going to undergo a drag path. But here we actually see him dragged. And as he's being dragged, we see this effect through his eyes of the sort of the vision fading and becoming blurry. And then in the performance for the song Drag Path, we see this effect once again. So that's interesting. Excuse me, that's interesting. Let's shift gears, though, and look at another video, which is the other place that I remember most vividly seeing this effect. Does anyone have any guesses what video that is? That's right, it is City Walls. Right after he has been stabbed by Nico with the antlers. Now, it's a little different, right? Where it's more similar to the first effect that we saw in Levitate. Not so much what he's seeing in terms of the world becoming blurred and swimmy around him. But it's more that he is once again replicating this sort of moment that we see in Levitate. And I think they're both connected, even though we don't explicitly see it through his eyes here like we did in Levitate. I think that's a very unique and important moment of Levitate, that we actually see what Clancy sees as he's undergoing a drag path, right? How his vision's starting to blur. But I think this shot is also important, and I think it has a connection to Levitate. And I think what's very, very interesting about where this is positioned in City Walls is not only is it right after he's been stabbed by the antlers and arguably is undergoing a form of drag path, being that he's just been defeated by Nico. He's not being dragged back to Dema. He's in Dema, but he's been defeated by Nico. If you understand drag path as being brought back to the dark side, the side of blurry face and all that kind of stuff. Has to be in the contract too. It could be. I didn't look into the contract a ton for time reasons, but yes, we should look at the contract. I'd be curious. What actually, Juice, could you, if you don't mind, could you skim through the contract and see if you find any moments? Because I'd be curious to dive into that. The contract has an interesting place in the lore, and again, the reason why I didn't look at that and looked at videos like Heavy Dirty Soul and Jumpsuit is because of this connection it has to City Walls. But anyway, so that effect starts, and then Juice, thank you very much. He's on it. As it continues, what do we see? We see him going back to these flashbacks, these memories, these moments in time from a couple of main escapes. Again, this disassociation blur is taking effect. Again, that's a working title. If you have a better way of discussing, that's fine too. It's not a canonical title, but regardless, the disassociation blur is starting to take effect here. The contract had the same effect, but not blurry when he swung over. That's right. That's it. Although obviously there might be other instances throughout the video besides just that. In fact, yeah, now that I think about it, there were a lot of effects like that sort of spread him out and things like that. But regardless, leaving the contract aside for a moment, focusing here on this. City Walls is a video that's full of flashbacks, and those flashbacks are both very cool from a sort of cinematic perspective, tying everything together and bringing it into this final chapter of the story, but it's also really cool and significant from a perspective of trying to understand the lore. So once again, the blur is taking effect. He's just been stabbed by Nico. He's just been defeated by Blurryface. And what do we see in these flashbacks? They stop running. And at first when I watched this, I thought, okay, well, he's been defeated, so he's not going to run anymore, right? It's sort of, the flashbacks are all working together. They're all in his head in a way. They're all connected to him. They're almost like thought experiments that Nico's taking him into. And so they're very intrinsically connected with his own, this particular Clancy, right? not this one. This particular Clancy's struggle with Nico in the tower. And so as he is defeated, these escapees are defeated and they stop running. But then what do we actually see as this flashback continues? Not that they just stop running. So they're not running anymore. And there's a sort of subtle indication that they're not defeated either. And I'll come back to that. What does this actually mean for the lore, right? What's the point of the blur? How is this connected? And how does this relate to the flashbacks? Well, let's go back. Now that we've established the context here, to this moment when he first starts to blur. And remember, that's not it. Here we go. Remember the first moment. What was the timestamp? When he first starts to blur.
Compensates, but compensation feels a lot like rising up to dominate.
Now, the reason why I really wanted to find this in Heavy Duty Soul and Jumpsuit is because that would further support the theory which I'm about to lay out to you. But the fact that it's lacking from those videos, I don't think negates the theory that I'm about to lay out, if that makes sense. Christopher with a K, thank you for being here. Sorry to see you go, but as always, I'm glad to have you. And the contract is lore related as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I think it's pretty clearly lore related. But we can have another discussion about that later. But thank you for being here. Have a good night. So we have this moment, this shot here in Levitate. And then we see something very similar in City Walls. Now this may seem kind of far-fetched. And perhaps it is. But bear with me, because I think it's interesting. I think there is actually a lot in not only what we see here, but then what we see in the lore as a whole, and especially how it ended, to kind of support this. Especially with the whole idea of the two Clancy theory that we've talked about before, or the idea that there are multiple cycles and almost timelines converging, that there's a sense in which parts of this transcend time as we understand it, or a timeline as we understand it, and partly that could be because this is all happening inside Clancy's head. So, yes, there are a number of shots back to flashbacks. See y'all next week. Yeah, next semester, next month. Probably next month. But I'll be putting out more videos, so see you next week in the comment section. So again, there are multiple moments of flashbacks throughout this. As we discussed, there might be moments in the contract that also play on this blur. We can look at that in a minute if relevant. But what's significant about this moment is that it shows a blur before very specific flashbacks, and I would argue links this moment to those previous escape attempts. Links this moment here that we see in Levitate to what we see here in City Walls. And perhaps the first blur moment in Levitate, which we see before he's seized, right? No other blur moments in Levitate, unless I missed something, which I maybe did, but no other blur moments in Levitate take place before he is seized by Nico and starts undergoing the drag path. This is one that stands out because it stands alone from those other ones that I showed you, where he has him by the neck. And perhaps what's going on here is that this Clancy, in this moment, is having a vision of this. Again, sounds kind of far-fetched at first. But then when you consider that so much of what we see here does seem to be linked to different flashbacks and different escape attempts and different moments of the lore, and then when you see different ideas of, this being a cycle, and time maybe not really moving the way we always thought it would. I'm not signed in, Livy. See? Not signed in. I am subscribed to 21pilots. And so this figure here, this Clancy here at this moment in the Bandito camp during the Levitate video, has a vision in this a precise moment right here where he sort of like converges with this timeline here. And that's why we get a very replicated shot between the two. And he has a vision of this ending here. And that's why these figures here stop running. And that's why they turn to face Nico, as we see as the video continues. They have realized that their fate is going to be what we see here. And that despite all these attempts to escape, he doesn't actually escape, right? We don't see any other ending other than this. And I think this is in some ways where a tragic element of the story comes into play. There are a number of tragic elements that I've touched upon before. His tempted by control, controlled by temptation, that whole element there. But I think there's a real tragedy to this Clancy story, the one that we see in this visual narrative, and his realization at some point, which I think we see demonstrated through City Walls and through these flashbacks, and why the flashbacks are so important. His realization that he is not going to be the Clancy who makes it out. And that he realizes this much sooner than I think we originally understood. And so, perhaps, the plan all along was for this to play out. Was for Clancy to lose, to succumb to Nico, to be stabbed. And that they knew whether, because they wanted it to be the case, or they just understood, or maybe the torchbearer understood. Right? We see this idea of the torchbearer's plan. Clancy saying, I want to have faith in the torchbearer's plan, but how could any of this have been planned? And you can understand Clancy having a lack of faith, a doubt in the torchbearer's plan, when this is the plan. When the plan is that he's going to go up and face him alone in the tower and lose to Nico. And the flashbacks here are a little bit misleading, especially when we first see them. Again, I first thought, oh, they're stopping. They can't escape. There's something preventing them from escaping because they're happening in Clancy's mind and he's just been defeated by Nico, so he's not escaping anymore. So these flashbacks aren't. And then I thought, oh, okay, they're turning to fight Nico. They're turning in a sort of hero moment as he's turning back to fight. And there's a moment of defiance here. And there is a moment of defiance, but it's a defiant submission to Nico. They're not turning to face Blurry Face to fight him or to keep running. In these moments here, they've stopped running and they're turning to face their fate and to accept it because they've understood this is the one way out. And so that's why we have this idea of, I want to believe this is the last time, that he says, and the Torchbearer also says in their respective I Am Clancy and I Am Torchbearer videos. But that doesn't mean that they want to believe this is the last time he tries because he's going to win. They want to believe that this is the last time this happens. This is the last time that he loses to Nico. Because the way he is defeated, the way he loses, the way he fails here in this moment, as we see in City Walls, sets things up so that the next Clancy can win. And that's not a Clancy that we're going to see because we've been following this Clancy. This is his the visual narrative, the visual story follows this Clancy, it's his story. And he's not the one who makes it out, but he makes an ultimate sacrifice. And so this is the last time he succumbs to Blurry Face. This is the last time he tries, and the last time that he fails. The next time he'll succeed. And that's why it's then followed at the end of the album by Dragpath. And that's why that song is kind of closing all of this out. And that brings us back to Dragpath and that performance. And so again, I'm not saying that this here and these moments here in this video are themselves a new chapter of the lore, new element, but they just reminded me of this whole sub-narrative, this whole visual element that's at play in these videos, in the story videos, that really seems to link and solidify sort of these moments here with what really happens here. I mean, again, look, this has been a question that we had about Levitate. Why does he just sit here and let himself be seized. Why do none of the banditos turn and say, Nico's right behind you, maybe you should run, Clancy? Maybe because this was the plan. This is the plan that the torchbearer laid out. And Clancy said, I'll take the grave. Send them all my way. I'll go up to the tower and fight him. And I will fail. But I will lay out such a drag path that through my failure, the next Clancy can succeed. So anyway, that's the theory. That's the idea. Let me know if any of that didn't make sense. We've only been following one Clancy. I think we've only been following one Clancy through the visual narrative. And that's why these flashbacks are important, because they are all this Clancy. They all link to what we've seen before in the story from this Clancy. And that's why he's wearing the exact same clothes he was in those previous moments of the visual narrative. There's another Clancy at play in the journal, and perhaps another Clancy at play sort of in a futuristic sense. That's the drag path Clancy. I don't know, but at the very least, I do think there are two Clancys. There's one in the music videos, and that's why we see a disconnect between the narrative of the music videos and the letters. And so again, the idea is that really the core of this theory is that there's a connection between City Walls and Levitate, and this visual element further solidifies this idea that this Clancy here in the past at Levitate, at these early moments, knew what was going to happen at the end, and that's why he stops and has this sort of sad resignation on his face. Nico hasn't caught up to him. He's just stopped running. Because he knows that this isn't the way he's going to escape. This isn't the way he's going to make it out. He has to turn, go back to Dema, and lay the seeds for a future escape. Curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks for hearing me out. I was excited to share that theory with you. Storm Potential said one Clancy died because of vialism in the letters. I'd be curious to hear his full theory there. I'm not entirely sure what that means, but Ewan, thanks for being here. Have a good night. I'm sure we will enjoy theorizing. It makes a lot of sense because of the AMAs. Torchbearer the leader of the banditos, or more like an advisor planner? I think Torchbearer is the leader. But there could be a way of looking at it in which the Torchbearer is Clancy's leader, and Clancy is the leader of the banditos. And that maybe the banditos don't... I don't know. I was going to say the banditos don't know who Torchbearer is, but that doesn't make any sense at all. So, forget I said that. Your theory makes a lot of sense, is what I mean. Thank you. Yeah. Again, it's not a groundbreaking thing. It doesn't drastically change what's going on in the story. I think it's just a really cool element of the story that further illustrates this idea and this tragic idea that I've kind of suspected for a while, that he knew all along he was going to lose. And that was the plan. And that what we see in City Walls is a failure, but not necessarily the most, devastating failure it possibly could be, because it kind of was what they wanted to happen. I know behind this conversation, Friend Please was the first song Tyler wrote. Okay. Yeah, where did you hear that? I'll believe it. I kind of remember hearing that somewhere else as well. So. There are a lot of blink and you miss it shots within the effect in the contract. This isn't all of them. Okay. Well, I'll pull that up in a second. We can look through those. Thanks for gathering those juicers. I do appreciate it. That is a lot of work. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. All right, the contract, 21 pilots. This isn't a lore video, by the way. Neon Gravestones, you want one a day and you move on to someone else. Yep. I think it makes a lot of sense, but the thing with lore is, unless Tyler confirms it, I don't know how much he actually meant it and how much we're just reaching. I get what you're saying. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I think, he definitely meant for us to take the story that's been laid out and run with it, and bring our own interpretations into it. So in that sense, he does mean it. But I know what you're saying in that, like, this wasn't necessarily what he was thinking when he was going through. At the same time, why does that effect happen in Levitate? This is my theory for why that happens in Levitate, but if you have others, I'd be happy to hear them out, right? Like, I don't know why that effect happens in Levitate. I never have, and now I have an idea. But it's one of those things that they intentionally put in. And again, especially with the Trench trilogy, so much of that was very intentionally done and very precisely and painstakingly put together. That I feel like of all the album cycles and the videos we got, the story videos we got, the Trench trilogy is the one that deserves the most attention. Can we watch the navigating screen live after this? Yeah, did you put it in the community tab, right? I can pull that up in a bit. Let me just make sure that is cleared because it's probably being held. Yes, there we go. So yeah, I can pull it up in a second. Who says Torchbearer betrayed Clancy and why? I didn't say that, but Torchbearer never betrayed Clancy. Oh wait, some people have said that. Is there a Reddit post? Is there a video we could watch? I would love to dive into that theory. Red K5, Red KS, Red K5. Good to see you, by the way. I can't remember. I think it was years ago I heard it. I think it was in a letter he wrote to a fan where he said his favorite color is blue and how his nickname was Tyler Toilet. Interesting. Tyler's confirmed very little about the lore besides Clancy good and Nico bad. Yep. I don't know if this has been asked, but why do you think Tyler keeps reusing the lore shirts throughout the Europe tour, only now with more inks and ink blots? Or Rorschach added. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. Cool aesthetic, or maybe there is something that he's trying to tease. The concert shirts never really clicked for me. Like, I never found myself having any kind of solid ideas behind what was going on with those. So yeah, I'm inclined to agree that it's hard to believe he does it. Excuse me. Hard to believe he does it by accident. Yeah, I don't think it's by accident. Again, it's one of those things. Like, is it intentionally something that's a cool lore aesthetic, like wearing the Clancy mask, that is related to the lore but doesn't necessarily tell us anything new, or is it something where he's trying to tell us something new? I don't know. Can't find it now. Red K5. That's fine. If you do find it at some point, you come across it, anyone finds it, put it in the community tab. Love to talk about it or look into it more if there's like substance to it and not just someone saying the Torchbearer betrayed Clancy. The triple album theory is dead and buried with a neon gravestone over it. All right. Before we lose track of these, the work Juice did. All right, let's see. 56. Yep. That's good. That's a good one. Yep. Yep. See, the problem with the contract is it's hard to know. Like, while the contract music video, I very much think is lore, it's hard to know how many of these effects are just the cool stylistic thing they were doing with this music video. And you could be like, well, it's not what they were just doing to Levitate, a cool stylistic thing. Maybe. Could be right. I don't know for sure. But this one, they were very heavily leaning into visual effects in a way they were not with Levitate. So it's a little different. And again, that's not to discount what we see in the contract. It could be very, very relevant. And very much kind of, I mean, especially because we just see so many things in this video that are Easter eggs connected to other things we see in the lore. It's just whether every single time he does it here, it somehow has like a specific connection to the lore, or if it's more of a general, continuing the aesthetic of this disassociation blur. 222. Yep. It's such a great music video. Yeah. Also, wow, I've never stopped on that frame before. Interesting. I mean, even the whole thing with these people, I don't know. That's another element that we have plenty of theories about. I have plenty of my own, but I don't know that necessarily is super fleshed out as to what they actually are. We got a couple of good shots of them. I'm trying to. No, I feel like this before. I mean, this is a decent shot of them, but yeah, thank you, Juice, for putting these together. Even if there are more, I mean, if you find more, if you've already done the work to find more, feel free to post them. I'm happy to take a look. But even just with what we have here, I think yes, the contract definitely has that effect as well. Don't have a ton of, I didn't look at that before this. I don't have a ton of thoughts as to why that might be, other than, again, just tying everything back into the lore. Having a lot of lore visual elements in this music video. I find it interesting that every album besides Regional Best has a song that is the something. Yeah, Regional Best doesn't, does it? I heard a theory that people with red glowing eyes are past Clancy's. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's an interesting and cool theory. All right. These are just the ones that are more like half a second. It's such a rapid music. More than like half a second. Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, yeah, like I said, that's great. Thank you very much for putting that together. All right. So 525 pilots. I think you're the one who posted the navigating screen. I have it pulled up. Can you just tell me where, like, give me a timestamp for where it is? Because this is a 4-minute video. These are the only lore songs, all the ones with the, you never know. You never know. Probably not. My YouTube comment is debate, music, and Perligo. Maybe I need to start doing debates. Then I can completely encapsulate everything that you do. I talk about music. I do debates. I am Perligo. I don't even know what I would debate, but okay. I've only been going for an hour, so we're making pretty good time. Well, maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, an hour and a half. But we're making pretty good time so far. I'm inevitable. I am Perligo. Yes. Exactly. It's at 3:51. All right. Thank you. Time flies when you're having fun. So true. 3:51. Like right at the end. Okay. It's pretty good. Yeah. Hopefully you could hear it. Hopefully the audio actually played. But yeah, no, that's good. I like it. All right. Here's the question for you guys. Consider your West. Sorry, was that really loud? Sorry. My bad. Give me a second. Oh yeah, so okay, not as good as the liner drag path, but so yeah, no, I agree. It's not as good, but it's cool. It's very good. I truly think the Game Awards line is their best scream. I mean, look, I don't know enough about sort of what makes music good and things like that, but I do think that was a very good performance. So I'm happy to be convinced on that fact. Yeah. All right. So this is what the rest of stream looks like. Am I in focus? I feel like I am. Okay. Again, let me know if there are weird tech issues that I'm not aware of. Perligo Ponders episode, six or seven comments to respond to and talk about live. Always a good time. And a couple of theories that I saw on Reddit that are short. They're not videos. They're just, like a couple paragraphs that I haven't fully read. I skimmed through, but I thought it could be fun to discuss together. And then some 21pilots games. And then we get into the after show with Perligo. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at for the rest of the stream. Any particular preference on what order we do that in? I'm happy to do Perligo Ponders now, or do kind of the light items. We're going to do the 21pilots games thing last, like before the After Dark. Well, that will kind of introduce the After Dark segment, I would say. Or that will transition us into that. But we can either do Perligo Ponders right now and then look at some of these Reddit theories, or we can look at two quick Reddit theories and go into Perligo Ponders. Whichever we do right before doing Perligo Ponders, we're going to take a quick break because that's often a fairly long segment and my battery often dies on these long streams, so I'm just going to switch it out before we launch into one. Perligo Ponders now, if I'm in it, it doesn't matter if I'm not. I don't know. Are you in it? Let me see. See, the thing is, Levi, you post a lot of very long comments. And that's great. But what I'm doing with the long comments is not putting them into Perligo Ponders. I'm starting slowly to work on dedicated videos for each of those, if that makes sense. So like bonus Perligo. Just because if there's a really long comment and then I put it into a Perligo Ponders episode, that's basically the whole episode. So I'm not ignoring your comments. I'm just working on it, if that makes sense. I'm almost, yeah, no, don't apologize. It's great. It's fantastic. The rest of you keep doing that too, right? I think that's awesome. I just, again, I'm like, I want to approach it in a different way and dedicate more time to those when people have actually sat down and fleshed out a really long theory. Now, that's not to say that there are no comments from you in this one, but I just confirmed them there aren't. So I hope you and your tears have fun together. I don't know. Gonna go put my lunch together for tomorrow. Cool. I asked about the backslide leaves in the contract. Could be a connection to jumpsuit. That's kind of my understanding. If we look at all the Easter eggs in the contract. Crying shower, yeah, very nice. Oh, yeah, I can put. I keep turning chat off by accident. Let's do the Reddit, and unless anyone has strong feelings, which you're still allowed to. Let's look at a couple of Reddit theories first, and then launch into Perligo Ponders as the final segment. And so take a quick break before that, and then Perligo Ponders, and then After Dark with Perligo. After show. Okay. So, yeah, this probably shouldn't even take too long. Well, maybe it will. These, The fact that my Perligo Ponders are so long checks out the amount of comments I'm dropping in here. Fair enough. Fair enough. I think you should try to find a way to combine dark and Perligo. Perligarch. Dark ego. Dark ego. Yeah, forgot I said that. We're gonna do Perligo Ponders first. Darligo. Yeah, I'm good. We don't need to go with that. All right. So Perligo Ponders first, then we will, because the theories aren't time sensitive. I would rather make sure we do Perligo Ponders tonight. And then afterwards, we can decide, do we want to look at the theories or do we want to just go straight into like a chill stream? So we can do that first. But I definitely want to get through some of these Perligo Ponders comments and sort of talk through that with you. Those Reddit theories could be held till the next live stream if needed. I have a TV show recommendation. It's been on Netflix for a while called Manifest. Okay. You want to put info about it in the community tab, maybe a trailer or something? We can look at that at the end. Sounds intriguing. All right. Oh, I said I was going to take a break before Perligo Ponders, didn't I? I should do that now. I'll do that. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, let me just swap out the battery in the camera before it dies itself. I will be right back. Enjoy a brief intermission. All right, we should be good. Should be back. Hopefully everything, you can still hear me and everything. All right, it's there. Awesome. Let me just clear that so we can look at that later. Anyone in chat, or is it just you? I think everyone in chat is just a version of yourself talking to you in an endless echo chamber of sadness and regret. I'm just here building a Lego set. Which Lego set? What are you building? Is Perligo employed? I am not at liberty to talk about other people such as Perligo. Not really my place to say. Can you please elaborate on that? I got nothing because I'm not as smart. On what? I think he's talking about the backslide leaves in the contract and the connection to jumpsuit. Levi, you can take it where you were going to take it. The connection I see is that in Jumpsuit, there's this pretty iconic moment at the end when he's throwing, or when I say he, it's the Torchbearer and the Banditos are throwing the yellow petals of a flower that grows in Trench down onto the seized and captured Clancy. And there's this iconic shot of him kind of kneeling there or sitting there in the ground, or maybe he's standing. I don't know. He seems low, though. and these petals are falling all around him. And that shot, in a sense, or those petals are replicated again in the contrast with the red petals and the leaves flying through the air in that. And then some people have also theorized that the backslide leaves that we see in that music video are metaphorically connected as well. I don't know if that actually answers your question. What does Perligo mean? It is a Latin word that means I examine or I review and potentially I consider. I am Perligo. I'm just not Perlingo. But yes, I am employed. I'm a YouTuber, right? I make lots of money from doing this. So, all right. The fact that this is my full-time job explains why I only live stream once a month and only put out videos about once a week. All right. That being said, welcome back to another episode of Perligo Ponders, in which I respond to your comments, questions, and theories about my own comments, questions, and theories related to the lore and music of 21Pilots. As always, if you would like your own comment to be featured in the next episode, just comment something interesting down below, a question you have, a theory you would like to propose, or just a general comment. Feel free to flag it as Perligo Ponders if you'd like, but I don't just pull comments with that flag, I pull anything that I find interesting. That being said, let's take a look at the first comment. This comment comes from Delectable Banana 6914. Perligo Ponders. Why is Clancy's hair suddenly brown again after washing on shore in the outside? It's an interesting question when considering this from the perspective of the lore, right? From a certain real world technical aspect, it doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense that Clancy or Tyler's pink hair that he's had throughout the Scaled and Icy era and has presumably dyed is just going to wash off in the sea. I don't think that's how hair dye works. I don't know. Never dyed my hair, but that is my understanding, is that that's the point. You dye your hair and it doesn't just come out when you go swimming. Otherwise, it wouldn't really last very long. Could the dye have washed off in the ocean? I mean, yes, but technically I think that is what happened. Again, how did that happen when his hair was dyed? I don't know. Maybe I'm completely talking out of turn. I could be wrong about how hair dye works. But regardless, sort of, I think in this particular instance, you need to leave aside the realism of that moment and consider it more in light of almost a metaphor here, right? The oversaturation, the overly colorful Scaled and Icy era was representative of the bishop's control over him and how they were forcing this burst of color into the lifeless city. I can't remember exactly his words in the journal, but he did touch upon this. And he said something along the lines of, there were sort of, it was almost ironic, right? How gray and drab everything in Dema is, and then when they want to do this propaganda piece, they just flood everything with so much color. And so I think the fact that his hair was colored and the fact that we see it given that color in a little almost TV spot, it's not a TV spot, I don't know, in a teaser for the Scaled and Icy live stream, I think it was, we see that Josh colors his hair and it's this weird projection, the evil Josh colors his hair, and the Josh there is almost a representative of Dema's control and watchfulness over him. Because he's not actually the torchbearer in that moment. He's this projection of the torchbearer that I believe Nico put into Clancy's mind. So all that is to say, I think the pink hair is representative of Dema's control over Clancy. And therefore, when he starts to escape and get farther away from Dema, that color fades and returns to his normal color as he's starting to return to the rebel Clancy as opposed to the propaganded Clancy, the one who's being used as a tool for the bishops. So yes, in a practical sense, the ocean washed it away. But if you want to understand it beyond the sense of that maybe not really making sense in a realistic way, it faded and the ocean was able to wash it away because he was leaving Dema's control. You don't buy the evil Josh theory. Interesting. Why not? Yeah, Dema made everything brighter. It was almost an illusion. I don't know if it was exactly an illusion, but it was like, yeah, it wasn't pink. It was just an illusion. I mean, could be. I don't hate that idea, but I think even more than that, it was just because the clothes still have a lot of the color that they had when they were performing on the submarine in Saturday, but the hair in particular seemed like something that was very out of place for everything else that we've seen from Clancy. He doesn't have pink hair anywhere else in the lore. And then it's pink when he's a propaganda tool, and then it goes back to the normal color as he starts to escape their clutches. So you could take from that it's metaphorical or it's literal, but I think ultimately that is why it happens from a visual perspective. Josh is a hero, Tyler said. He thinks Josh would be the superhero. Yes, but my point is the Josh that we see in the Skilled and Icy era isn't the real Josh or the real Torchbearer. I always think the Torchbearer equaled God, same as the Holy Spirit. Again, sure, but I think the Torchbearer that we see in that era is not the real Torchbearer. I mean, we know the Torchbearer that we see in that era is not the real Torchbearer. We see in Navigating the real Torchbearer show up at the end of that video. And the other one is a projection. And so you can argue, is that projection cast by the Torchbearer, or is it being cast by Clancy's subconscious or by Nico? And I think it's originally cast by Nico. As he moves away from Dema, it's cast by Tyler. And then we get to the real Torchbearer, the Bandito Torchbearer. Yeah, he is a projection. Tyler confirmed this. Yeah. All right. Next, we have a comment from Pathetic Moonheart. With a timestamp, I think which is in relation to a previous episode of Perligo Ponders. But the particular context it's replying to, I don't think is terribly relevant, which is why I didn't include it. But we see here, this person write, I think he's a reflection of Clancy's internal state. I saw a theory somewhere saying, it's topical, saying that the Torchbearer only ever had red hair in Clancy's mind, and therefore the Torchbearer only accepted the red in his perspective and mind. Cool to think about. And I think that is a different outfit. So we're, I think, here talking about the different outfit that Clancy wears in the Contract music video. Utilizing the stole kind of demonstrates how he's further corrupted by the notion of being a bishop by Nico and not completely himself anymore, especially in his own brain. So again, this kind of plays off the idea, which I hold, and I'm willing, I'm not saying this is canonical, but I think it makes the most sense to see the Torchbearer in the Contract music video, in the Outside music video, and in the Skilled and Icy era as not the real Torchbearer, and specifically in the Outside and in the Contract as a projection of Clancy's mind. And that's why we see him with, as this person points out, with red hair in the Contract. I don't know that I fully buy this theory, though, because I'm pretty sure the Torchbearer has red hair in the Overcompensate video as well. Although I'd have to go back and look at that, to be fair, because it might only be when he's in Dema, and that wasn't the real Torchbearer in Dema, probably. So, I don't know. Anyway, I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know necessarily what you mean by accepted the red, if that's becoming sort of a dark, almost corrupted by blurry face version. That could make sense. But yeah, I would be curious to take a deeper dive and go through and look at all the instances where the Torchbearer has red hair and compare that to when he doesn't, and if that completely lines up with when he's a projection of Clancy's mind, or is a projection of the Torchbearer at the very least, and isn't, the real torchbearer who's actually there. I'm not entirely sure what Levi Top is talking about, but that would be my general answer. I'm inclined to accept this theory. I think it's compelling. I would have to look into it a little bit more to be fully on board with it, but I think it's a good direction to look. All right, next we have, it's not going to display quite as well. Well, next we have a Spotify comment from One Little Bandito. I feel as if the citizens of Dema know Tyler as the singer of the band 21 Pilots, maybe not as Clancy, for they see him as a different person. Also, I've been a fan for a while. Well, thank you for being a fan. Thank you for your comment. I do think this is an interesting way of considering Clancy's relationship to the citizens, like we were talking about a bit before. I think Clancy, in a lot of ways, was the leader of the Banditos. The Torchbearer also was a leader, and perhaps the ultimate leader, and perhaps Clancy was just a captain that he had appointed to lead them into battle, or what have you. But he's not the leader of the citizens of Dema, and he's not even necessarily the leader of the citizens who are rebel sympathizers within Dema. The letters that we got from the Clancy World Tour seem to indicate something of a disconnect between the two factions. Now, they are an alliance, but it does seem like those within the city have to be persuaded to leave and join the Banditos. And some of them might not want to, even if they are rebels or rebel sympathizers. I don't know. That's a whole other kind of side of this. But all that is to say, I think it's interesting to consider that those within the city, the non-Banditos, might be looking at who Clancy is, or who this character, Tyler or Clancy, is. Because again, as we discussed in a previous episode, Tyler, as his name, is actually canonical as well. But this figure of Tyler is only someone that they really are aware of as the person who put on the show in the city. And this sort of celebrity, as it were, who's being propped up by the bishops. All the citizens of Dema know him as this, rebel sympathizers or not. Now, there is also indication in the I'm Clancy video that he was becoming famous in the city before they turned him into a propaganda piece. And in fact, that was part of what motivated the bishops to turn him into a propaganda piece, was because he was becoming famous. He was a bit of a celebrity, and they were worried he was going to influence them away from Dema and vialism. So they were like, okay, we're going to take this celebrity and make him a mouthpiece for our ideas and teachings. But even in that context, he could still be more widely known as Tyler, as opposed to the Clancy that we know as that rebel leader. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that answers your question or plays upon this idea. You didn't really have a question, more of a comment. But I think it's an interesting way, again, of looking at those citizens, and makes a good amount of sense. I'm watching Manifest as I watch this. I'm very scattered-brained. Next up, we have a comment from Haley Bailey, who often shows up in these live streams. So, shame she is not here for this one. Haley Bailey writes, the letter describes the other figure making a path across trench. I think the drag path is also how other Clancys find the current one, if that makes any sense. Thanks for reading my comment. It really means a lot. Topical again, we were talking about drag path. Red K5, you should be able to post in my community tab. It might hold it for review, so just let me know when you've posted it. I can pull it up and allow it to go live. But yeah, we were talking about drag path earlier. This comment in particular is in response to, I believe, the latest episode of Perligo Ponders, number 28, in which we discussed drag path, and a comment from Haley Bailey. Excuse me. And a comment from Haley Bailey about drag path, in which she said, drag path had a connection to the events of the jumpsuit music video, and I asked for further clarification on what she meant by that. So again, she writes, the letter describes the other figure making a path. I think that drag path is how the other Clancys find the current one. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think my interpretation of drag path aligns with this. And even what we clearly see in the song Drag Path, right? I left a drag path on the surface as evidence for you to find. Is basically the core of a lot of what he's saying there. And so that also ties into the idea of the Clancy at the end of the story, the one that we see lose in city walls, does so that he can set up the ability for the next Clancy to escape. And almost that drag path, that final drag path in the tower facing Nico, was undergone so that things could be set up and established for the next Clancy to be the final Clancy and to be the one who makes it out and doesn't succumb to the power of temptation, of control, and become another blurry face, another Nico. So a bit of a shorter comment because this is more of a clarification and a follow-up. Thank you for the follow-up and the clarification. I appreciate sort of a more fleshed out view of what you were thinking with that comment. Again, it's an interesting idea. I don't have a lot to say other than I agree. I think that makes a lot of sense. Next, we have a comment from Octopus Pancake 6949. I have a question. Is the blue from the American Music Awards performance important? Very topical. Blurry told us never to wear blue as it means defeat. Could I just be reading into things for Perligo Ponders? So, yes, that's an interesting idea. I'm always a little mixed on the whole blue means defeat idea. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Yes, very true. That's a very good point. And also just, that really gets at the struggle that Clancy faces at the end, right? He wants to be, well, I don't remember the exact quote from his letter, but I want to be a symbol of absolute power as a symbol of hope or something like that. But yes, I mean, that's very true, and I guess to the core tragedy behind the story that he's basically, as the leader, as the hope of the Banditos, he is thrust into a position where he has this power within grasp, and then is expected to have strength to not take it for himself. And that's why we see this parallel to Frodo at the end of Lord of the Rings. Someone earlier in the stream was asking about if I'm a fan of Lord of the Rings. I very much am. In fact, I put out a video which kind of flew under the radar about all the ways Lord of the Rings can be seen to potentially influence certain parts of the story, or how if we understand Lord of the Rings, we could understand parts of the story. But this is very much one of them, that, we see the absolute power of the ring at the end that completely corrupts someone like Frodo, who really doesn't seek power at all. And he at the end is, he wants the ring. He wants to possess that power. And here we see a similar thing. Clancy has already expressed that he's tempted by control and power, in the past. And then we get him into a tower where this absolute power, he defeats Blurryface in a sense, and he becomes the next bishop because he can't withstand this temptation. But going back to the idea of blue and blue meaning defeat. Again, I'm always a little skeptical of the idea of blue meaning defeat. Not because I don't think it doesn't. Not because I think it doesn't. Because obviously we did get that tweet from Blurryface, the Blurryface Twitter account. But then the question is that more directly related to that moment in the story, or is that an overarching thing? And every time we see blue, it means defeat. Now we certainly saw a lot of blue during the Scaled and Icy era, but we also see a good amount of blue in later eras as well. And perhaps that was just cluing us in to the idea that he was going to be defeated at the end. That's a fair argument. If we do want to run with the idea that blue always necessarily means defeat, or indicates that Clancy's been defeated, or whatever, is a symbol for defeat, understanding the AMA's performance in light of that could go something like this. Clancy lost in City Walls to Blurryface. He has been defeated. And now this performance is taking place in an era of defeat. The Breach era is one of defeat in a lot of ways. And drag path, again, is a drag path of defeat. I mean, all drag paths are him being defeated by Nico and brought back into Dema. And then the final time we see him defeated by Nico is in City Walls. Again, he isn't dragged anywhere because he's already in Dema, but I think you could almost consider that to be a type of drag path. Drag path becoming a more overarching term than just the literal dragged path. So then they incorporate the color blue into the MA's performance because it represents this moment that we're in and what the drag path is. The drag path is the moment of defeat. Now, the song as a whole ends on a hopeful note, and I think has a victory within it. But if we're talking about drag path specifically, again, the drag path is a symbol of defeat. So it could make sense to incorporate blue into that, especially when performed live. But why do you think the blue is important at the AMA's performance? The Lord of the Rings reference was you. Yeah. All right. Next, we have a comment from Lubus Z. I think they're going to continue constructing different storylines, but more loose ones, like we see in FE, self-titled. I don't know if he meant to write IE. Self-titled or 3 Cheers by My Chemical Romance. I'm not really familiar with that album, but I'll take your word. Is this self-titled by My Chemical Romance or by 21pilots? I'll assume it's by 21pilots, because I don't know if MCR has a self-titled album. They'll obviously also be a lot less complex than the whole Trench saga, but I think their next complex albums will still tie into the character of Blurryface in one way, or next concept albums will still tie into the character of Blurryface in one way or another. I think they'll try to make the stories a lot shorter, especially since we know the Dema storyline was originally only supposed to be 3 albums long. So I think we can expect more stories that play out over the course of just 1 to 2 albums and eras. This would be interesting and cool to see. I think, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, like I've said, I wouldn't be surprised if they come back and do more story building and world building. I think it's something that they really enjoy doing. I kind of also wouldn't be shocked if we see creative narrative building, but in a way that is very different to what we've seen with the Trench saga. And I don't just mean in terms of subject matter or setting in sort of this dystopian fantasy world, but it might not even be a story in the same way. And the reason why I say that is because Tyler, especially during the Breach era, and some of the interviews we were looking at last stream or the stream before, that they did while promoting the Ohio show, he mentioned that while they don't want to reinvent themselves to the point of losing who they are, they also want to move past what they've been doing and not just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And I mean, that wasn't the first time he said this. It hasn't been the only time he said that. It's a pretty common theme that we've seen them mention, both Tyler and Josh, since Clancy and Blurryface, that they want to wrap up the story, they want to do it well, but there's a sentiment I get from them that they're ready to move on to something new. And so it might be something that's completely different to how we've seen it. I do agree that they will probably continue to do something more than just the music, because that seems like something they really enjoy doing. But I'm very curious to see what it'll be, but I don't necessarily think it's going to be like another story in a sort of series of books or anything like that. It might be, right? I'm not saying it won't be with any sort of confidence, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're all, if what they do next takes us by surprise and is unexpected for all of us. Tally Trees, Migraine, and Taxi Cab and Overcompensate are your top 5. Nice. And then, excuse me. Then the final comment of this episode of Perligo Ponders is from Nix9-7756. For Perligo Ponders, I wonder if Trench was even truly real within the story, or if maybe banditos are more like ghosts who didn't give in to vialism. This would explain how the city walls have no entrance or exit, and why Torchbearer couldn't truly do anything, and why he got there too late to stop Clancy from becoming a bishop. This also now reminds me of Morph, and whether it might relate to both Clancy and Torchbearer, or is just a foreshadowing. I know this idea is a bit half-baked, but I hope it's understandable. Yeah, it does feel a little half-formulated, and I don't mean that as a bad thing, but more that I would love to hear more of your thoughts on this idea, because I think it's interesting. I don't know that there's a lot of, look, okay, I think it's an interesting thought experiment to imagine Trench as a non-real place within the lore, and that the city of Dema is the only real place that exists, and the banditos are just dead people who are coming back and haunting Clancy. I'm curious to hear more of your thoughts on this, because I don't know that we see a lot of evidence for it. Is it a cool idea? Yeah. But I just don't see anything that supports that this is actually what's going on in the story. I think, we do see ghosts. We see ghosts are like zombie-like things, the bodies of the Glorious Gone seized as vessels. And we do, have these projections of the Torchbearer who are almost ghost-like without being necessarily dead people. And so I kind of get where you're coming from. But again, I would like to see more evidence or indications that the trench outside the walls is all kind of a dream. But I am also curious to think about that more, because it could almost be an alternate story, right? Not necessarily something that's supposed to be a theory about what really happens in the story, but a sort of fanfic adjacent kind of thing where, what if Trench wasn't real? And we look at the story through that lens with a different spin on it. And so that's why Clancy says, why won't they tell me why no one ever comes back from beyond? Or, yeah, how can you not make it outside the walls? No one ever goes out there. No one ever comes back. Well, because they're all dead. That's why the vultures are flying around the walls, because they're Death Eaters, and they feed on the bodies outside the walls, or something like that. I don't know. Or there's nothing but death outside the walls. So yeah, it could be an interesting way to think about the story, and an interesting sort of alternate parallel universe to the Dema that I think, and the trench that were really shown. But yeah, thanks for your comment. And again, if you want to flesh this out a bit more for a longer, more built out theory or alternate story, I would love to see that and look through it and read through it. And with that being said, that brings us to the end of this episode of Perligo Ponders. Thank you to all of you who commented. As always, if you'd like your own comment to be featured in the next episode, just leave a comment about something that you find interesting. And as always, don't forget to subscribe. All right, well, that's the Perligo Ponders taping for tonight, if you will. Did I lose internet? No, I don't think so. So that got us through Perligo Ponders. Some interesting comments there. Nothing from Levitop. I'm sure he is quite brokenhearted about that. Oh wait, I had closed this. That's why it's not showing up. Let me catch up on a couple of these comments, and then we will move into the final things for tonight. Kind of wind down. Destroy like the Weekend's After Hours trilogy. I'm not very familiar with it. Favorite music video by 21pilots? That's a good question. Probably Nico and the Niners. City Walls is very good, though, as a lot of people are saying. Drag path for the themes. Overcompensate. Vinyl soon? What's the vinyl for? Posted it. Is there another community tab thing I should look at? Link for Levitop. That's live in the community tab if you want to go look at it. My Blood music video. All right. Perligo vinyl. I don't. Have you looked into making a vinyl? It's not. It's not a nothing endeavor. The story The Weeknd has been telling is very loose. There's not a lot of consistent characters in the story besides The Weeknd himself. Fair. Again, I know nothing about it, but I'll believe you. Paladin Strait is very cool. It is. It is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Paladin Strait is very good. I think City Walls is better, but it is very good. All right, so those were like the two big segments for tonight. Again, a couple theories I want to look at on Reddit. Might just get around to one tonight. I don't know if we'll do both. And then I don't know if you guys have seen this. Let me just pull it up real quick. So this is another Reddit thing. It's not a theory. This person, Gavin F, a little while ago, posted some 21 Pilots themed connection puzzles, and there's 9 of them. And apparently you're supposed to do them kind of as a sequence all at once. They build upon each other or something. I don't know. None of the characters are repeat. They're all unique. But yeah. So anyway, I want to do this as sort of the end of standard stream into the after hours, the after show, the Perligo after show. We'll do this, and then there's a couple of, I know there's some things you guys are putting in the community tab that we can look at, or there might be. I don't know if they're actually, well, there's a couple different things, right? So we can look at some of this stuff. If some of it's relevant. I know one of those is just for Levi. But, yeah. And which one pods kept the Nico and the Niners dema look for Paladin Strait? I am inclined to agree. Yes. Overcompensate is my favorite song. Trench is my favorite album. Nice. Have you guys seen the Migraine music video? I have. It's interesting. It's good. All right, before we get into these final segments, I am going to put us into another intermission real quick. Just a minute or two. I want to check on something tech related, and I'm also going to grab some iced tea. So, not to get all fancy with it, but stick around. Be gone a minute or two. Keep chatting. And I will be right back. All right, I am back. I grabbed some cold tea, which is... I don't normally drink anything but water on here while I'm streaming. Just give you a peek behind the curtain. Don't usually drink anything else. But it is summer, and when I stream, I have to turn off my AC because it's very loud, and it would just be a terrible droning noise. So anyway, room gets a little stuffy and hot, so I got some iced tea. Different mug. A little bit of a jump scare there, but yeah. All right. The Russians. Oh, you're talking about the Nico and the Niners locations? Yeah. I believe that was the Russians, in fact. All right. Not to get political. Yeah, so Josh went, I don't know if it was college, but he went to school in Ukraine for a period of time. It was filmed at his old school, which, from my understanding, is no longer there. But, yeah, anyway, with that being said, I love politics just on a Perligo stream. Amen. My thoughts exactly. I mean, I don't know if I love politics, but that... a little more passionate about it than I think I would go, but I understand the importance of politics in the world, but not interested in discussing them in this stream. Not the point. What got you into Twin Pilots? Oh, you're not asking me. You're asking Levi. All right, so 2 quick things to look at on Reddit. Might not be quick though. 2 potentially interesting things. 2 theories. We've had fun in the past in looking through different Reddit theories or different Instagram theories, different theories people have proposed that aren't necessarily Perligo Ponders kind of things, but other, more general click-wide theories that are more fleshed out. And again, there are some comments and theories from Levi Top. Where do you place the emphasis in that? Is it Levi, like the biblical character, or is it Levi? I assume it's Levi. I don't know. Anyway, we've had some fun with this in the past. He's posted some comments. Levi has posted some comments in the community tab that are more thought out theories that we will look at down the road in a similar fashion to this. Levi biblical. Okay, thank you. That should help me in future. And then also, I think some other people have also posted similar things like that in the community tab. I haven't been ignoring those. I just have been trying to figure out how to incorporate them into the content, into these videos and streams. So might start doing something like this, where we just pull up stuff from the community tab and look through these fuller, fleshed out theories. But for the time being, I wanted to look at these 2 that piqued my interest on Reddit. Again, I haven't read through these fully. I skimmed them because I wanted to bring them to stream and look at them with you. Does everyone know every movie that has a 21 Pilots song? I know Suicide Squad, Shazam. Heard there's one of Power Rangers. I haven't seen it. Yeah, I don't know of everyone. All right, here's the theory. Stressed Out isn't a prequel. It's the exact moment the Clancy loop resets. I butchered that. Stressed Out isn't a prequel. It's the exact moment the Clancy loop resets. Nico's origin story. After staring at the ending of City Walls music video and trying to process the reversed audio cues leading back into the Blurry Face era, like the Heavy Dirty Soul, I assume, sound at the end, a massive realization just hit me about Stressed Out. We all know Stressed Out is canonically Nico's song on the official dema map, but I think the video is actually showing us the exact moment Clancy turns into Nico. 1. The birth of a bishop. The song isn't just about general adult anxiety. It depicts a creative child being broken by real-world algorithmic pressures. Wake up, you need to make money. To survive the suffocating stress, Clancy's brain creates a defensive coping mechanism. Absolute, rigid control. He literally invents the persona of Nico to protect his vulnerable childhood self. The red eyes at the end of the video aren't him being attacked. It's the moment the transformation is complete and the bishop takes over. This is interesting. I mean, again, it ties into something that I've kind of thought for a while and isn't unique to me, that Blurryface is a creation of Tyler as a way to cope with something. I didn't necessarily take it down these lines or down this road, think about it in these lines, but yeah, this is interesting. The end of City Walls loops into Stressed Out. Musically, it loops into Heavy Dirty Soul, but let's hear this out. At the end of City Walls, Clancy succumbs to the temptation of absolute control, true, puts on a bishop's hood, and the universe resets. Stressed Out is the immediate regression. The childhood memories being corrupted in that video are Clancy's own instant past being locked away by his new rigid bishop mindset. So perhaps this is saying almost like at the moment that he becomes the bishop, the new bishop, that's when we see Blurryface take control in Stressed Out. It's like a almost parallel defining moment. 3, the Torchbearer's tragic past, the Keon's connection. This completely recontextualizes the Torchbearer. In the Toker video, we see a glimpse of a reality where Josh acted like a bishop. If the universe keeps resetting, Josh was likely Keon's in a previous cycle. We have considered and discussed the idea of Josh being Keon's before. Perhaps this theory prompted a comment that ended up in a Perligo Ponders episode. I don't know. Again, I have serious reservations about the idea that the Torchbearer was a bishop at one point. I think, again, not a lot of evidence, and also kind of changes, which this poster does acknowledge, kind of changes who we understand the Torchbearer to be, if he was a bishop at one point. Let's keep going. It explains why Keon's was the only quote-unquote good bishop who protected Clancy and ultimately sacrificed himself to help him escape. When Josh walks away in heartbreak at the end of City Walls, he refuses the hood because he has already been there. He is an immortal guide, forced to watch Clancy turn into Nico, regress back to the Tricycles and Stressed Out, and start the whole loop again. I wonder if the Tricycles are a metaphor for the fact that only 3 cycles have actually been in play in this entire story, or that 3 cycles are currently at play in the story. Right? Just get completely far-fetched with these theories. Really read into every single detail. I'm not saying this person's doing it, by the way. This is a completely unrelated joke I'm making. But what if the Tricycles, the fact that they are tri-cycles, 3 cycles, are telling us that in the story, in the Trench story, the Trench saga, there are 3 cycles at play. There's the letter cycle, the visual cycle, and the future drag path cycle. Could be. Anyway, again, not claiming that this person, late Fennel, is claiming that. What do you guys think? Does this bridge the gap between Blurryface and Breach for anyone else? I'm not going to look at the comments because, maybe in a minute we can. But I mean, I think this is an interesting and certainly a thought out theory. I think the problem is it doesn't actually bridge the gap between Breach and Blurryface. It creates a new one. Because it kind of pulls us away from Heavy Dirty Soul, which starts the cycle and starts Blurryface, right? If we understand Blurryface to Breach as sort of the canonic 5 albums of the saga, Blurryface starts with Heavy Dirty Soul, and that's the first music video. And then the last one is City Walls, and that brings us back into Heavy Dirty Soul, which starts Blurryface. And so to then bypass that and bring us to Stressed Out instead, which isn't as clearly a lore video, seems like it's creating new complications. So that would be my first criticism, is that if you're trying to bridge a gap between these albums, there is already a bridge that covers the gap between the albums, and this is creating new complications for that. It doesn't necessarily discount the theory, it's just I don't see how it accomplishes that particular thing that you were maybe potentially trying to do here. In terms of understanding Stressed Out's place in the story, I don't hate the idea. So, okay, first of all, I think it's fair to say that Blurryface takes over Clancy We know that. That's kind of true. You know, in a more formal, official sense, I think that's kind of just a fact, if you will. Now, does that happen in Stressed Out? Potentially, I'm willing to be convinced of that. But I think what we see in Stressed Out and Fairly Local and videos like that, which I think are maybe Laura Jason, Routines of the Night is similar in some ways to this as well. Maybe Laura Jason tangentially or related in a parallel way to the dema story, where we have this thing with blurry face going on and all of that. And we see the struggle between Tyler and Blurryface, but it's not in the story the same way we see Clancy versus Nico. And so because of that, we could see these non-story videos that are part of the Blurryface saga that seem to have Blurryface in them without necessarily having Nico in them, as being related in a parallel fashion to the main story of dema. And so what we see playing out in one of the story videos could be playing out in Stressed Out as well in that video, but in a real world sense almost. In terms of Blurryface being someone that is created by Tyler or Clancy to cope with something or work through something that he's struggling with, I'm on board with that. I don't know if it was necessarily childhood memories so much as something else. I don't know. I don't know that we can know. I understand where childhood memories are coming from given the context of Stressed Out. So you may be right about that. That part I do think makes a lot of sense. And then the whole Torchbearer tragic past. Again, I don't think it makes really any sense from the perspective of who the Torchbearer is, as we currently understand him, to say that he was a bishop in the past. It just seems to completely undermine. And again, you do acknowledge that it recontextualizes who the Torchbearer is, but then you don't give a lot of defense as to how we can still understand this in connection to what we've seen with the Torchbearer previously. So I would say that's, I'm struggling to accept that part of this idea. Because again, the Torchbearer is very much presented as someone who has seen Clancy go through the cycle time and again, without being part of the cycle himself. And it doesn't make, if I'm missing something and you have evidence beyond the fact that it would be kind of explain Keon's to have him be the Torchbearer, I'd be curious to see that other evidence. I think the explanation for why Keon's is the good bishop is not that he's the Torchbearer, but that he's just a previous version of Clancy who became a bishop, but didn't so fully. He's like a closer version that got closer to breaking out than the previous ones, and is less under the control of Blurryface than other ones have been. And that's why he's a little bit more sympathetic. But so all in all, I would say I like how this is thought out. I think you end up complicating things a little bit at the end. I don't agree with the Torchbearer being Keon's, but I don't hate the idea that there could be a way in which, like, I'm not saying I'm fully convinced, but I'm not convinced, if that makes sense, that there could be a way that what we see playing out in Stressed Out and Fairly Local and things like that could have parallels to what we see playing out in the dream world of dema at the same time in something like City Walls. And so as he wakes up at the end as Blurryface, right, that figure opens his eyes and they're red and he's got the Blurryface eyes, that could be connecting to him donning the Nova Bishop cloak within his subconscious. Sure, that would be a really kind of interesting way to consider the demo world versus the real world and dive into something there. So I'd be curious, I don't know if Late Fennel is going to see this, but if you do, I'd be curious to kind of hear more of your thoughts on this. I think it's an interesting start, but again, I think there are some things like the Torchbearer being Keon's that just don't make a lot of sense to me at all. But I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on it. I think the cover of 24 by Switchfoot, I don't know the rest of them very well. I'm exactly the same. This show was so dramatic, contrasted with such a chill stream. You're seeing Dude Perfect. What's a Dude Perfect live show like? So that was that theory. Interesting to consider. And then we have this, the remastered regional at best theory. So this is another theory, which I saw on Reddit by Turbulent Cream 5641. They do sports or something, I guess. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't. When are you going? Because I'd be curious to kind of get a report back afterwards. I've personally no interest in going to a Do Perfect live show, but I'm very, very intrigued as to what that means. August? Okay. I'll have to circle back to it. That's cool. All right. What if they re-release regional at best? I feel like a lot of us think that there's just something missing, that they're going to do just one more thing before their well-deserved break. And I have a few reasons to believe that a remastered version of regional best is what that thing would be. I would love if this were true, if we get a remastered regional best. Currently don't in any way think that's possible, but curious to know what the reasoning is. I'll get videos and post them or something. Awesome. That'd be great. Like variety show segments, challenges, and competitions. Oh, okay. I didn't even know Dragpat or Dude Perfect. It's the DP. I didn't know Dude Perfect had a live show. Scripted skits. Really? Okay. Can't imagine what a live show for someone who's in a band or musician would look like. What about actors putting on a play? But yeah, no, I get your point. I do find it interesting when like YouTubers who aren't musicians do live shows. I understand why they do, right? Because again, same reason why bands do it. You make a lot more money doing a live show and selling tickets to a live show. And there can be some cool ways to do it, but a lot of the time I see things like a popular podcast goes on a live show where they record their podcast in front of an audience. Right. Like, yeah, I do record Perligo Ponders episodes in front of a live audience in a live stream, right? But it's not in a theater in the same way. And, you know, I guess some people just think it's cool to see it happening live or whatever. But it's really easy to do a live show very, very poorly. Charity streams? Well, that's different. That can be done in a very cringe way, but I feel like that's different. Like, live streaming is not the same as charging people tickets to go travel and see you in a physical location. I don't know. Like, if you're a comedy group, that can work very well. You can do a bunch of comedy skits as long as you're good at doing it live, which is, you know, always questionable. Because sometimes the humor is all driven by the editing. But, I think that's a bit more understandable. But, but yeah, I feel like a lot of YouTubers just are doing their live show. It's like, okay. So, but I guess Do Perfect are big enough they can get away with that, right? I just wanted to say I had this idea of buying polarized fishing glasses and wear them to the October 17th show. I really hope Polarize is on the set list. Yeah, I don't know if it will be, but that sounds cool. You think it will be? Were they playing it during the Breach tour? Because I feel like they were, right? They brought it back. Or at least part of it. Gotta go take my dog out for a minute. All right, have fun. Anyway, let's look through this. You might leave. Okay. Well, thanks for being here as always. If you do leave, you're welcome back. If you decide not to. But yeah, thank you for being here. Thanks for all your comments and good conversations. And yeah, we will be looking through some of your longer thoughts soon. And I'm sorry we haven't gone to them yet, but I've not been ignoring them or anything else being posted in the community tab. So medley of Message Man, Pet Cheetah, and Polarized. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. So they might. All right. What if they re-released Regional Best? First of all, the March Madness Music Festival. Tyler said something about how you all look lovely tonight. And while this could just be what he happened to say, most of the time he's very intentional with the clues he gives. Okay. I feel like that's a bit of a stretch, but okay. Second, last night at the AMAs, at the end of the drag path appeared to display a light blue eye. An opened eye has come to be associated with a new album dropping, and the light blue matches the Regional Best era colors. Okay. Interesting. Still a bit of a stretch, but okay. In the Blue Inferno Theory video that's been going around, the creator talks about a notepad where Tyler has written out all of the albums, showing how a new original album would create a parallelism to the Blurryface album cover. But it is important to note that Regional Best is missing entirely, which makes no sense, as it came after the self-titled album, which is on the list. So what if the Ninth Circle is regional at best? Remember the Blue Inferno Theory? I certainly do. I feel like kind of touched upon this idea that Regional Best might be missing from that and could be one of the circles. Okay. I'm tracking with that at least. They recently announced that they'll be playing their largest show ever in their hometown. They're paying homage to their beginnings, and what better way to do that than to finally put out the album we've all wanted for so long. So here's my theory. At their show in the Ohio Stadium, they will announce a remastered version of Regional Best, which will come along with some new music videos and maybe some new songs to replace the Vessel songs that will give us the good ending to the lore. Kind of lost me there at the end. Could I imagine a world in which they do release or announce as part of the Ohio show when they're returning to their regional roots that they are going to release a remastered version of Regional Best? Could that happen? Sure. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Do I think it's very likely? Sadly not. I like this idea in that I think it would be cool if that happened, but do I think it's likely? Again, probably not. And I definitely don't think that if they do that, they will then give us music videos that have a new ending to the lore. That seems very, very unlikely to me. Now, again, they are going back to the Ohio Stadium. They are bringing things back to... I disagree. I think he's huffing copium. I mean, it could be. Again, I think the problem is I would love a remastered or re-release, an official release of Regional Best. I just don't see it as very, very likely. And I think, unfortunately, the connections and clues being mentioned here and being brought in here aren't the strongest. Because the Blue Inferno Theory, I mean, you already know my thoughts on that. I don't think it's a very strong theory to begin with. So this whole point is kind of moot, personally. And then this one is interesting, but I think it's not fully an eye, right? It resembles an eye, kind of, but it's more that they're playing into the symbolism of the moon that comes with the drag path. I don't think they explicitly brought in a visual of an eye. Can you say what your Lord of the Rings videos that you made? Because I want to watch that. Yeah. Give me 1 second. We can wrap this up. But yeah, I'll pull that up. I think it's how the Lord of the Rings influenced 21 Pilots or something like that. And then Tyler saying you look lovely. I think he was just saying that, frankly. I think if they do just one more thing before their break, it will be to release Clancy Live or the live vinyl, whatever that is going to be, that release. Again, would I love a re-release of Regional Best? Absolutely. But do I think it's likely? Sadly not. But cool idea, nonetheless. All right. So those were those. And let me just pull up that. How do I just open my channel? All right. I guess I'm live right now. Let me see. No one really watched it at the time it came out, so I don't... It's this one. The trilogy that influenced Tyler Joseph's creation of Dema from six months ago. So, yeah. I don't know. I like it. I think it's a cool video. But wrong time, I guess, to post it. But yes, there are 9 connections that I see between them. Does that help, Leviticus 3:16? Keep forgetting they recorded a live album. Yes, they did. Levitop, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. Clicky, when did you show up? When will we get more than we ever imagined on streaming or DVD? I don't know. Let me just check. I doubt they have. Yeah, no, there's nothing there, unless I spelled that wrong. But yeah, I don't think they've really mentioned a pre-order or anything like that. What was it? Mark hinted that we were going to get a release soon, and some people might have found indications of it coming to streaming or on-demand libraries soon. But yeah, I don't know when we're gonna get the Blu-ray. I really hope we do. Again, I think didn't it outperform expectations at the box office, right? Like, it did well, so you'd think it would be in their best interest. But anyway, Leviticus, did this help? Don't need to keep promoting my videos, but you need it. Yes. All right. Coming up at 3 hours. Nice. All right, so that was basically all the planned curated content for tonight for the sort of bulk of stream. So now I think we can kind of transition into a nice I want a Blu-ray so bad I want to touch it and hold it. Nice little the after show with Perligo, as we can call it. So I want to play these 21pilots Connections games. I have some random things I might pull up and look at. You guys have been sending me some things to pull up and look at, I think, or at least one. Actually, one of them might be just from Levi Top, and it's all. He's not here anymore. So, what is Manifest? Anyway, have any of you guys played this Connections game? Do you ever see Iron Lung? I'm also waiting for that Blu-ray to be announced. I never saw it in theaters. I never went to see it. I haven't. The last movie I went to see in theaters was More Than We Ever Imagined. I am going to see The Odyssey when it comes out in mid-July. And I might go to see Disclosure Day and or The Backrooms before then, if I get time. But for the most part, it's just hard to find time to see movies in theaters right now. But, so no, I didn't see Iron Lung. I haven't heard anything about that Blu-ray. Do you know it hasn't been announced? Because there's a chance it has. It feels like it should have been. That was a little while ago, right? Was that this year? Or was that late last year? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for the Blu-ray. So, yeah, that helps. Good. Also bought the Billie Eilish movie on YouTube Movies. It's on theaters in 3D. Nice. That came out like just after 21pilots one, right? All right, let's give these a try. I don't know if I'll do all 9 tonight. Depends how easy they are to do. A little bit after May 8th. Markiplier said it would be announced in a few weeks, but that was a few weeks ago. Well, depends what you mean by a few weeks, I guess. All right. Once again, just to contextualize this is a series of games which Gavin F. posted to the 21pilots subreddit. These are some new 21pilots themes connection puzzles. I can't remember if I played any of the old ones that he did, but I certainly haven't played these ones. So I assume it works like the New York Times connection puzzle. You go through and find 4 things that connect to one another in some way, and go from there. So we've got Anathema, Overcompensate Heathens, Car Radio and Heathens, Slowtown, Glowing Eyes, We Don't Believe What's on TV, Good Day, Tear My Heart, Blister Man for Proof, The Line, City Walls, Legend, Ruby, Shy Away, Stressed Out. So I know this is from the MTV Unplugged show. So it kind of would be my first guess. It's really supposed to come out March 20th, same day as Project Hail Mary. Oh, really? Okay. Project Hail Mary was so good. I need to pre-order that Blu-ray. That's a good reminder, because I think the Blu-ray for that has been announced, along with the vinyl for the soundtrack. But let me give the MTV connections a try here. So this was MTV. This was MTV. They did do Shy Away, and they did Tear My Heart. There we go. Songs featured on MTV Unplugged. It's going to be easy. All right. Implicit Demand for Proof is self-titled, but none of these other ones are. These are regional at best. Let me try that. Okay, regional best. Nice. Overcompensate, City Walls. Those are music videos. Those are also openers. These are all openers. Okay. And then, I don't know. Man, let me see what these are. Heathens, We Don't Believe What's on TV, The Line, and Legend. What is the connection between these? The Line and Heathens are singles. We Don't Believe What's on TV and Legend are not. We Don't Believe What's on TV and Legend are 2 of my least favorite songs, but they're not the same tracks. Connections on New York Times, app occasionally with the Whirl and Strands game. Nice. They've been in movies or shows. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Juice. Good job. All right. Nailed it. Let's try number 2. All right. Does it show how many attempts we get? Oh, 0 incorrect, so it just records it. I don't know if we run out of tries. All right. Legend will not take the slander. I'm sorry. But I don't like it. I like the idea behind it. I just think Cottonwood does that so much better than Legend did from a musical perspective. Again, it's personal taste. But I don't like it a lot. All right. Drag Path. The Craving Jenna's version. Sorry, I'm not reading all of these right off the bat. I'm trying to find connections already. So, okay, these are track 9. Nico and the Niners Navigating. That's a closing track. These are track 11. No, that's not track 11. That's 13. 7. These are singles. I'll try that. Nope. One away. Okay, never mind. Connections is so hard. Why don't you like We Don't Believe What's on TV? I find it a little like blary in the sound, like it's blaring. I don't like I just don't like the sound of it really in any way. I think it's a good. It's not a song. It's one of those songs which isn't my favorite, but I would not hate to see live. I think it would be cool to have that one performed live when you're in the audience. It's a great live song. I just don't know if it's as good of a album song, if that makes sense. Level of concern. Okay, singles that aren't on an album. Oh wait, Jenna's version's on an album, isn't it? I kept thinking. Okay. No, you're right. That's my bad. There we go. Thank you. Juice. That makes a lot more sense. All right. Okay, Nico and the Niners and Navigating are track 9. I don't know if we have any other track 9s though. That's an opener. That's a closer. 13, 7. 7? Yeah, 7. 11, 12. Okay, well, there's a bunch of blurry face ones. But I don't know if that's enough. Okay, blurry face album cuts. What does that mean? I got it live when I saw it live when they performed at Burgettstown. We got to perform the Yeah Yeah Yeahs live. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, see, that I think would be enjoyable. All right, Nico and the Niners. Truce. Saturday. Well, so these are lore videos. Okay. And then these are slow piano, more stripped down songs. Songs without drumming or percussion, yeah. All right, so 2 incorrect. 0 incorrect is still the score to beat. All right, number 3. Jumpsuit, Snapback, Shy Away, Anathema, Ride, Tear My Heart. Midwest Indigo. Got Implicit Demand for Proof again. Cottonwood, Holding On To You. How many track 2s do we have? Do we have Stressed Out? Okay, Stressed Out, Holding On To You, Shy Away. Oh no, wait, Shy Away isn't track 2, is it? Is it? I think Choker's track 2. Maybe lead single? No, but that would be fairly local. Openers. Okay, these could be openers. Do we have another opener? No. Okay. Lead single. Okay, lead singles. There we go. You can't really beat 0 incorrect. No, you can't beat it, but having as many 0 incorrect as possible would be the goal. Certainly don't want to get more than 2 incorrect. All right, so we've got Snapback, Anathema, Ride, Tear My Heart, Implicit Demand for Proof, Cottonwood, The Risk of Feeling Dumb, Stressed Out, Ode to Sleep. Man, I don't know. Track 3? Should we start going for track 3? Do I have enough from... Are these all... Clancy? Clancy album cuts. What do you mean by cuts? They're on there, but I think it's a term I'm just not familiar with. Have you so went different at that show for me. I wore my skeleton hoodie and zipped it over my face for that song. That is cool. All right. Anathema. What track is Anathema? But it's definitely, I think it's a 9, right? Anathema, Cottonwood is not 9. It's 10. Right? Or no, it's a one-way 10. So those 2 might be 9, but the others aren't, so that doesn't really help. Implicit Demand for Proof, Ode to Sleep, those are openers. That's a single. I mean, we got Blurry Face Era. Most popular songs. Okay. Tear My Heart is their 3rd most popular song. Or 4th, I suppose. 4th most popular song. That's crazy. Okay, what could the connection be here? Anathema, Implicit Demand for Proof, Cottonwood, and Ode to Sleep. Got 2 openers, 2 random songs. I don't know. I wish I had a better guess. Titles absent from their lyrics. That's okay. I was dressed as a torchbearer. I was freaking out when they were playing Jumpsuit. Nico and the Niners and Heavy Soul. All right, so we got 0 incorrect again. Puzzle 4, not even halfway through. But these are fun. These are fun. I'm sad there's so few of them. Maybe I shouldn't rush through them. But I don't know. If I was streaming once a week or twice a month or something, I would save some of these, but there'll be other stuff to do next time. All right. A car towards death. Nico and the Niners overcompensate. Happy face. What on earth is happy? What? Dark Times? Is there supposed to be these like non 21 Pilot songs? Oh, Josh on drumming. Interesting. I didn't know that. Huh. Navigating wasn't on the set list. That is tragic. Yeah. Dark Times, Happy Face, Midnight Heart, and Orthodontist Girl. There was another one that I listened to with him drumming that wasn't any of those. So, all right. So those out of the way. What are we looking at here? Trapdoor, Almost Believer, Taxi Cab, and Car Towards Death. Those are self-titled songs. All right. Morph is track 3. Okay, maybe openers again? No, we don't have enough openers. Nico and the Niners, Morph, Overcompensate. I was going to say like lore explicit songs, very lore heavy songs, but I mean, maybe you can lump Goner into that, but okay, which ones have music videos? These all have music videos, so that doesn't work. Downstairs, man, I wish they would play. My chat disconnected. Reconnected. Did stream go down for a second, or was that just the chat being weird? Do you know about the Whitaker album? Tyler wrote songs and for I don't know what, and colleagues in colleges and Serper. What? I do know about the Whitaker album, Clear. It's good. I think, what is it? Lord of Glory is probably the best one off of there. And then there's another one that's not on Spotify, but it's a YouTube like only song. Stream never went down. Awesome, thank you. The chat just went down for me for some reason, so you can see here. Or maybe you can't. I don't know. But yes, Clear is very good. Collabs, okay, yeah, Clear is very good. Lord of Glory, I think, is the best, and there's another one called Dead Come Alive, I think. That's, you can only really find it on YouTube. Ignore that. That's for later, potentially. I love how this guy's being recommended to me when I haven't watched any of his content. Dead Come Alive, Tyler Joseph. Yeah, I don't know sort of what's the official release. It says lyrics, maybe that's... Anyway, this is a pretty good song. So, honestly, this might be the official release. But, yeah, that's a very good song. Clancy and Breach. Yeah, 10-month-old Moist Critical video. Clancy and Breach combined is only one more song than all the songs from Blurry Face. What? What are you talking about? Clancy and Breach combined is... Do you mean on the set list? That makes a lot more sense. Very confused. At the Breach store. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this, well, that's blurry face, but these two are blurry face, but that doesn't help. This is trench, that doesn't help. These are regional best, but that doesn't help. Sorry, I'm just trying to think through this. Because Nico and the Niners has a music video that's lore heavy. So does Overcompensate. Stressed Out doesn't really. Morph doesn't. Is there a connection between Lovely, Morph, Goner? No. Because these are openers, but it's only 3. This one's getting harder. Let me try this as like a lore thing. Went away. One word titles? Darn it. Oh, wait, maybe. What was that? Didn't even give me a hint. Nope. All right. Well, we've lost our 2 incorrect as the worst. Features the blurry face voice? No. Guns for hands, overcompensate. Three-word titles? No. Do multiple word titles? No. Songs that name Nico? I think that's it. I mean, these name Blurry Face. Could try that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, good job, Juice. Good job. All right. Kind of give up on that one. Songs with beat switches. Yeah, I was not going to get that. Are you kidding me? What? All right, so 4 incorrect. Lily Girdley, we are playing through a series of top-themed connection puzzles that Gavin F. posted to Reddit. And we are on puzzle 5 out of 9. And I am already struggling, getting ready to give up. All right. I understand why some of these songs are repeated, but I wish there was more variety among them. Because there are a lot of different 21 Pilot songs that you could pull from. But, you know, it's hard to make these puzzles, so. Wow, that was probably loud. Tally, though, is a new one. Semi-automatic. Friend, please. Time to say goodbye. Whoa. How's that going to connect? I don't know. All right. Okay, so Trees, Truce, The Run and Go, and Semi-Automatic are all Vessel songs. Okay. We hadn't had a Vessel one yet, so that was a fair guess. Okay. Formidable. All right, do we have Smithereens? Okay, Smithereens and Turn My Heart. All right, the Jenna songs. Great. All right. Aircatcher, Johnny Boy, Friend Please and maybe Time to Say Goodbye are like self-titled era. The Johnny Boy EP, right. That was my second guess. And then let me see. This one was a lot easier, so let me see if I can find a connection here. Levitate, Tally, Redecorate, and Stressed Out. Might have to give up on that one. Lyrics reference the album title. Well, so do so many of these. That's a bit of a weaker connection, but all right. Puzzle 5, bit easier. 4 was the hardest for sure. That really stumped me at the end. The Johnny Boy EP is a collection of songs which they handed out before self-titled came out as a sort of preview. I think they also sent it to venues when they were trying to get booked for shows and things like that. They might have the existing CD for the Johnny Boy EP, the one that wasn't necessarily just given to venues but was more of an official release, I think was at the Battle of the Bands was when they handed it out. And again, it featured like a couple of songs, including Time to Say Goodbye, which never made it onto self-titled, but then a couple of songs that did make it onto self-titled. And it was kind of the preview for this upcoming album. All right. Can't Help Falling in Love with You. Mad World looks like covers. Cancer. Maybe Robot Voices if we don't have anything else. Oh, Jar of Hearts. Okay. Covers. I wonder if Jar of Hearts overcompensate. I'm trying to think if there's stuff that Holding On to You that samples other songs. Those are the main ones I know, though. Maybe The Contract because of co-writers. Young Gravestones? No, just because some people say it samples Moonlight Sonata. I'm not aware of any of these other ones sampling anything else. Let me try Young Gravestones. No. Okay. That was just completely wrong. Okay. I'll abandon that idea then. Let me see how many Contract, Robot Voices. That's it from Breach. Okay. How many Trench ones do we have? Pet Cheetah, Young Gravestones. Okay, this might be... No. Nope. I was going to say... Oh, yeah, we can Flee the City as well. I was going to say it might be Trench songs, but... Too many of those. Oh, wait. What am I saying? Polarize is not on Trench. Okay. There we go. Man. All right. And then... What is Holding On to You sample? Lean With It, Rock With It by some rapper in the early 2010s. The Contract, No Chances. These are a bunch of 2 words. Nope, not enough of those. 4. Nope, not enough of those. Track 2s. Nope. Overcompensate, Polarize. Contract. Teens in the Night is track 5. This is track 5. This is track 5. Is Robot Voices track 5? No, it's not. Well, yeah, of course it's not. Contract is track 5. I'm losing it, guys. Yeah, so that can't be it. Track 11? No, none of those except for No Chances. No, Chances is track 10. Track 10? No. Polarize is 9. Holding On to You is 2. Robot Voices is 7. Clancy songs? No, not enough. Clancy Breach songs, maybe? I don't know. Feels like a bit of a stretch. Lean With It, Rock With It. 2006. Okay, I was a bit off on the date. Dem Franchise Boys. All right, bear with me as I think through this. Any suggestions are welcome. Music videos. Most of these have music videos. Featuring other writers, robot voices, the contract holding on to you. I just don't know if any of the other one. I mean, we could try. No, One Away. One Away. Okay, so it might be these three and something. Polarize? No. Man, I'm gonna. 3 or more credit. Oh, I was on the right track. I just didn't know Routines That Night had 3 or more credited writers. Huh. Lines in different languages. Polarize and Turn My Heart do. Overcompensate does. Does No Chances, though. That's a good thought, though. It's a great thought. Did not cross my mind. I want to look at the credits for Routines That Night. Because I knew there were a lot of, not a lot of songs with multiple writers on Breach. I just didn't realize that was true for Clancy. All songs written by Tyler Joseph, but there's always an exception. Except Overcompensate, so like most of them. Except Overcompensate, Midwest Indigo, Vignette, Lavish, Navigating Snapback, Palette and Straight, written by Tyler Joseph and Paul Meany. And Routines in the Night, written by Tyler Joseph, Paul Meany, and Jake Torrey. Okay. I guess I did know that. I just forgot. It certainly is not a prominent one. Like the contract, it was a big thing because the guy from Youngblood, I think, did or didn't, but maybe did. Feng Shui. Oh, maybe it does. Yeah. Let's try that. Good thinking. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. Juice Juice is killing it. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. I'd forgotten about that. Very cool. All right, so that has five incorrect, something like that, on number 6. All right, only 3 more left. Let's see if we can get through that. Get through this. Apologies for my squeeze chair. Need to invest in a better one. Twentyonepilots. Connection puzzle number 7. Dollhouse. Sickly Sweet Holidays. Dead Come Alive. Topical. One Way. Cut My Lip. Lord of Glory. Topical. Dollhouse. So Dollhouse was like an early Tyler Joseph collab with Joseph. Is Be Concerned on here? No. But I guess these are all collabs. Yeah, non-Twentyonepilots songs featuring his vocals. Okay, great. I haven't thought about Dollhouse in a hot minute. I know, right? What a throwback. The opening lyrics of Tear My Heart are not English. It's Japanese? Korean? Korean. Trying to think. Okay, we've got One Way, Fall Away, The Hype. No, not enough 2-letter. Too many 1-letter or 1 word. Goodness, 1 word. Cut My Lip and One Way have a very sort of reggae-ish feel to them, I guess. Fall Away, you could maybe make that argument, but that doesn't really fit with the others. Song starting with the, no. Track numbers. This is 8. This is 9, though. Center mass is 8. This is 10. 5. No, 6. Well, let me see how many Breach songs we have. There we go. Okay, so there's Breach. We do have a bunch of trench ones, but not enough trench ones. Okay. Fall Away. Maybe, like, I don't know, songs that include rapping? From prior solo works. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Heavy Duty Soul? I know there's Heavy Duty Soul street poetry, but I thought that was after 21 Pilots started. Level of concern, chlorine, the hype, cut my lip. Trench era? Location sessions. I should have not known that one. That makes sense. Was that a 0 incorrect? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Only 2 more. Shame. I have been enjoying these. All right. Let's see. Bounce Man and Lane Boy. Do we get a Message Man? No. Okay. Theories did. Fall Away and Friend Please are my favorite songs on self-titled. Nice. Fall Away is a solid one to have for sure. All right. What else? Too many one-word ones, right? Yeah. Got it right that time though. 1 word, not 1 letter. Location. Juice got it again. The location sessions. Just saw the message too late. Okay. Closing track. Closing track. Closing track. Closing track. All right, there we go. Heathens is a single. We already did the singles though, so. Track 10. Track 5. Track 5. No. Track 7? This is track 6, isn't it? There might be a track 6 one though. Oh, there was a question. Level Concern had a location session. Yeah, they did a live from outside version on Jimmy Fallon, Stephen Colbert. I don't know. What is their best closing track? That's tough. Paladin Street. Paladin Street by far, actually. Oh, well, okay. I think still Paladin Straight. Isle of Flightless Birds is very good. So it'd probably be second. And then Leave the City, Redecorate, Truce, Intentions, Goner, Clear. But those are the ones you can debate about the ordering. Paladin Straight and Isle of Flightless Birds at the top, I think, like, makes the most sense. So I think far and away Paladin Straight is one of their best closers. Live from Outside, Level of Concern is better than the original. I don't necessarily disagree. Yeah. Redecorate, what am I talking about? Redecorate's very good. They're really good, and starting and ending their albums very clean. Yeah. Everything else in the middle is just absolute garbage, especially on Breach. But, all right. So it's not openers, although we have a couple of those. Songs that start with O. No. Songs that start with N. No. I feel like there's got to be one with track numbers somewhere in here. I don't. So these are on the same album, so it couldn't be that. The Craving is track 7. And it's interesting, it doesn't clarify. So is this the single version? I don't know. But there aren't enough other singles, so it doesn't really matter. Songs often scaled and icy. That's a good thought. We haven't had that yet, have we? Bounce Man, No Chances. Never Take It. Good call. Look at that. All right. The hype, the craving. Okay. He said the middle is garbage, so well he sounded serious. Thank you. I am. No, I was more making a joke about the song Garbage on Breach. But. My favorite song off Scale Nicely constantly switches between Shy and Redecorate. That is fair. These are track... Oh, no, those... I keep reading this as the contract. They're not track 5s. These are track 5s, but that doesn't really help. These are openers. That doesn't really help. These are randomly placed. That doesn't really help. These have music... all of these have music videos, so that doesn't help. Depends what mood you're in. Fair. Let me think about this. Number 8 is stumping me again. 4 and 8. Real stumpers. Choker's my favorite because it's so relatable to me personally. Fair. I'm stumped. Not gonna lie, I'm stumped. I know I'm not doing a good job of providing commentary about how stumped I am, but I'm very much stumped. Okay, these have rap in them. This maybe has rap in them. Future strings, yeah. Could you say Overcompensate does? I guess not really. Long intros? Long songs? 5-minute songs? No. I mean, you know, like Overcompensate's not actually 5 minutes long, is it? It's longer, but it's not. Songs with alternate versions, maybe? There we go. All right. Surprised I got that. And then whatever this is. On the twentyonepilots Mute Math EP. Okay. There are more songs, though, because, what is it? Ride is also featured on there, but okay. Sure. That's fair. All right. Final one. The finale. Definitely can't get 0 on this one, although it might be the hardest. We'll see. Yeah, Overcompensate's not that long. Overcompensate is a song which I think should have been long, given how long the intro is. It sets itself up to be a 5-minute song, like Chlorine, and then it just kind of has almost half of it is intro, and then it's a pretty short song. All right. Christmas Saves the Year is a single. Oh, wait. Hole in the Ground. This might be more obvious. 2. I was just thinking about 2 the other day for a different theory I'm working on. Sort of. It's like not necessarily super lore related, but well, it is. Anyway, regardless. Hole in the Ground, Drown, Taken by Sleep, and Blasphemy. Those are no fun intended. 2, I Need Something, Coconut Sharks in the Water, and I want to say Time to Say Goodbye. Unreleased songs. Okay, fair. I mean, really anything off of Regional Best is not on streaming, but sure, fair. What are we looking at? Okay, we've got but no. Christmas Saves the Year. Okay. That feels like such a random one in this lineup. Overcompensate's been in almost every single one, if not every single one. Center Mass, The Judge. So Center Mass was track 8. So none of these other ones were. Okay. Music videos for a couple of these, but yeah, okay. Ukulele? No. I've always wondered why self-titles on streaming wasn't it produced without the label. It was, yes, it was. It was incorporated and re-released by Fueled by Ramen after they were signed. Whereas Regional Best, they decided not to do that because they were incorporating a lot of those songs that they considered to be the best songs off of Regional Best onto Vessel. And so they didn't seem a lot of, like, they were offered to do the same thing with Regional Best as they did with self-titled, but they decided not to because they didn't think there was much point in doing that because they were reincorporating it into Vessel anyway. So that, I think that's why. Yeah, the music videos after the release, but that's just those. Yeah, wasn't Christmas Saves the Year like a year later? Something like that. Maybe Sleeper Singles? Because Morph, I mean, it didn't get a music video, but it took off more, as did The Judge. But that's so hard to define. I don't know. It's not like The Hype, which took off a lot more and then they released it. I don't know if they always planned that one to have a music video. Whereas these don't have music videos. They just kind of took off a bit. That's Fireplace? No. I don't think so. Because Morph, The Judge, Fall Away was Christmas Saves the Year. Oh, wait, maybe. There we go. I think Juice 15 should be running this stream instead of me, honestly. You want to take over? Morph, The Judge, Overcompensate, and Center Mass. They're all on different albums. I don't. What's your favorite song off of Regional Best besides what was redone on Vessel? I feel like it's gotta be Kitchen Sink because that's just such a good song. I really like Anathema as well. Clear's interesting. Be Concerned is interesting. But I think Kitchen Sink. Morph doesn't really have a crazy tone shift, does it? Maybe. I'll just hit submit on these, but Josh Dunn, obviously. Wait, Center Mass does? I haven't listened to that song enough to know. I didn't realize that. I knew Overcompensate Morph and The Judge did, but all right, well that's the final one. Got 0 incorrect. So I'll take it. Didn't get -1 incorrect, but you know. Yeah, I did not realize that about Center Mass. Anyway, well, no, there's no point in looking through it now. Shout out to Gavin F for putting this together. Great puzzles. Hopefully he will make more, or other people will make more as well in the future. Anyway, took us a little bit longer to get through those than I anticipated, but let's see. I would look at the thing Levi sent, but he's not here anymore, so I'm not going to. So that was fun. That was really fun. Girl, I really don't think you should take that. Yeah, that's not Josh Dunn though. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like I said, I haven't listened to that song enough to know as well. So, but yeah, that was all the like 21 Pilots themed content that I had. Like I mentioned, I have 2 movie trailers. I don't know if either of them are of any interest to any of you still watching at this point. I'm also happy to just kind of end here or just chat for a little bit. I don't know what you all are feeling. But the trailers are for The Social Reckoning and Clara and the Sun. 2 very different movies. I don't know if you guys have read Clara and the Sun. It's a book originally. This is an adaptation. And I really like the book. It's very well done. It's about basically an AI robot in the future, but the near future, who's like a artificial friend, I think they're called, for a kid. Her mother buys her this artificial friend. It's a great book. Be curious to see what a film adaptation does with it. But one of the main reasons, besides the fact that I'm very curious to see this because I loved the book, why I think 21 Pilots fans might be interested in it, is because it very much reminds me of the song Robot Voices. And that whole song really, it kind of seems like something that could have been written by someone who read the book. Am I going to see Supergirl? No, I don't think so. I watched the trailer. I think I did a review of the trailer. I don't know. I've kind of been suffering superhero fatigue. I think I think DC is kind of rejuvenating itself a little bit, but it's also tending towards the Marvel side of things a little bit in terms of getting a little cartoony. Right? I really like the dark, grounded DC stuff. The Dark Knight trilogy, the Batman, the Penguin, things like that. I heard the Superman movie that came out last year, that wasn't connected to the Man of Steel stuff or anything like that, was good. Very well done. I haven't seen that, but I heard good things about it. And I'm more willing to believe that was good than Supergirl is going to be. Supergirl just kind of seemed like a Marvel movie, honestly. So, what's your most anticipated movie for the year? Other than The Odyssey, mine's Wildwood. I would say The Odyssey is mine. But other than that, Project Hail Mary was. But that was, I started anticipating it at the beginning of the year, and then it came out pretty shortly after that. So, Dune 3, I'm very curious to see. I wasn't a huge fan of either Dune movie. I really like the idea of them. They never really grabbed me. But to be fair, I've only seen them one. Well, I saw the first one twice, but I've only seen the second one once. And the trailer for Dune 3 is amazing. So I'm excited to see it. But yeah, Hail Mary was fantastic. My expectations are in the dirt for Supergirl, but I'm a big DC fan, so I'm going to go see it. Fair. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, it could be at least fun. It's just, there are some movies I'm happy to go see because I think they'll be fun. But superhero movies that just like they're going to look like they're going to kind of be fun, I'm just a little over, personally. But again, that doesn't mean it's not going to be enjoyable, right? Like, the Kingsman movies are kind of just fun. There isn't like a lot of real depth to them. I enjoy watching them because the action cinematography and everything, choreography is done very well, and they're fun movies. They're fun action movies, but they're not like groundbreaking in any way. And I think there are comparable DC or Marvel movies to that in terms of having fun action and a fun plot line. I just am a little over the whole superhero stuff. I feel like the Batman was too gritty, even though I liked it and I like grittiness. Like it self-indulged itself in grittiness. Is that what you mean? I kind of see what you're saying. It was almost full of itself because it was being super gritty. I don't know, but I get what you're saying. Again, I really liked it, but it's not perfect. Trying to get into movies more. I like a lot of science fiction stuff that's mind-bending and morally challenging. Okay. Have you seen Interstellar? Have you seen Space Odyssey? Have you seen Europa Report? I don't know if Europa Report's morally challenging. Yeah, Wildwood I actually haven't heard of. Is it worth looking at a trailer? What's that about? I made a playlist with the Burgettstown show I went to and the More Than We Ever Imagined set list, including the songs they cut out. Nice. I have no idea. No, I have int. I don't know. But yeah, I think besides the Odyssey, I think Dune 3 might be my most anticipated movie just by nature of being very, very curious to see. I'm not necessarily convinced I'm going to love it, but I'm very curious to see it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm trying to think what other ones I've heard of. I guess it's not streaming. Paranorman. Is that that's the Leica Studios one, right? You own it physically? Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I saw Coraline. Coraline was good. Don't they have a new one coming out? They did Coraline, Paranorman, Box Trolls. Did they do Kubo 2 Strings, or was that someone else? I really want to watch Interstellar, but I can't find it on what streaming I have. Yeah. It's often tricky to find. It was on Peacock for a little bit. I don't know what streaming services you have. I primarily have Peacock and temporarily have Hulu and Disney. Because Hulu recently added a bunch of good movies. So I've been enjoying that. A lot of film reviews on the way for Perligo review. So. Oh, Wildwood is Leica. Oh. Well, I want to watch this trailer now. Is there anything like TOS in this trailer? I guess it's a YouTube trailer, so there shouldn't be. But I don't want to. I don't need to scandalize anyone. Okay, Jacob Trimbali and Carey Mulligan. Interesting. Wait, is Wildwood like... What is Wildwood? Why do I feel like I've heard that name before? Is this some fantasy thing? Mail you my DVD of Interstellar. Honestly. I mean, hey, that's a Perligo idea right there. A little, bring back the old days of video rental. Not video rental. We don't need to rent, but like a book club, but a DVD club. You need to kind of just mail around DVDs to people. Let me just look real quick where Interstellar is streaming. Paramount Plus. I guess you could get it for on demand on Prime, but there's a lot of like random stuff in Paramount Plus, but it's very expensive and there isn't enough to make it seem worth it. But all right, let's take a look at this. I'm very, very curious. Reminds me of getting Coraline vibes. It's obviously brighter, right? But in terms of the look of everything, how's the audio balance? Trembly, play the kid in Wonder. Tremboli. Wildwood is a book. Tubi movies can be good, yeah. It looks cool. Trailers a touch loud. All right, thanks. It looks cool. I'm struggling to figure out what the story is. Bit of a dang. Yeah, it looks like I said. It looks dark. It looks family friendly. Like I said, sorry to keep pausing. Like I said, I know nothing about this, and it kind of seems like a trailer that's geared towards people who are familiar with it. Looks cool. It looks cool. I think I'm maybe sort of getting a story here, but it definitely does seem like fantasy though, and a sort of hint of a parallel dimension in a similar way to Coraline. Hang on, so the kid standing on the ledge is not a human. It's a robot kind of thing. October 23rd. All right. The theater employees are asking me to leave, but I'm too seated. It looks pretty good. Again, like the look of it and everything is good. I'm assuming it's stop motion again, like most of their projects are. Great stop motion, if so. Again, little lost on the plot. Thought that was his mom the whole time, not his sister. Right? I did too. But maybe, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thanks for mentioning that. I had no idea this was coming out, so that does look cool. I'll have to. I guess this is a teaser trailer, so there might be an official trailer later that gives you more of the story, and this is sort of a taste of what it's going to look like. So fair enough. The book is a bit absurd in a good way. Is it worth reading? Should I try to read the book before seeing this? Makes sense if it looks a bit weird at first. Fair. Again, didn't look bad. I was just like, I don't know what's going on. But again, I didn't realize it was a teaser trailer. That can often be the case with those. So. The book is always better. So yeah, okay. Who's it by? Do you remember? Knowing what Laika is capable of combined with the atmosphere in the trailer is enough to get me hyped. Fair. I think Coraline is the only one I've watched all the way through. But I've seen chunks. I remember I haven't seen Paranorman, but I watched like a making of documentary about Paranorman. I used to be very into stop motion when I was in middle school and high school, so this stuff really interests me. But I didn't actually watch some of these movies. I might have watched The Box Trolls now that I think of it. But it might have been on an airplane, and everything you watch on an airplane is kind of part of a fever dream, so I don't know if I remember that one. Coraline scarred me. I've only seen it once. Yeah. It's good. It's weird. It's very weird at times, and it's definitely dark. But Colin Meloy is the author of Wildwood. Okay. Cool. Why do I feel like I'm trying to remember why I was hearing about this though, other than like obviously it might have just been the film. Yeah, I don't know. It might have just been the film coming out. People talking about that. Kubo Two Strings is them. Okay. Box Trolls and Missing Link. All right. Hadn't heard of Missing Link. I've heard of the rest. Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing that. That was cool. Anything else you guys are excited for this year from film? Especially if it's stuff I haven't heard of. Missing Link is their worst performing film by a mile and a half. Interesting. Okay. That could explain it. Well, do you like any Studio Ghibli movies? I do. My Neighbor Totoro is great. And Spirited Away. Those are the only two I've seen. So let me just put it this way. I've enjoyed every single one that I've seen. I've only seen those two. And I liked Totoro far better. Spirited Away was solid. There was just a lot more... Like, the kind of weird aspects of Totoro were really lent into in Spirited Away that were... It got a little disturbing sometimes. That felt a little... Yeah. The poll on the second channel is in preparation for the Odyssey. A poll competition like the ones that we do on this channel, but just for Nolan movies. So it'll be a lot shorter, just a couple weeks. So vote on your favorite Nolan movie, and we'll see which one is the fan favorite. Yeah, this is where is it? This is the poll. This is my second channel. Perligo review. For periods of time, I do weekly film reviews, and then I take a break and watch some more films, and then make some more film reviews. But there's also some video essays, trailer reactions, video essay, things like that. I've experimented with film news updates. That doesn't terribly interest me a ton, and it doesn't seem like it interests the audience a ton. But if you like film-related stuff, go check out this channel. It's cool. You plan to read the Prestige book once it comes in. Like, have you ordered it? There's this book I got called American Utopia. It's written by David Byrne and illustrated by Myra Kelman. David Byrne is the lead singer of the band Talking Heads. Oh, interesting. It's really good. Have you finished American Utopia? Yes, The Prestige is a book. So, have you guys seen The Prestige? I actually just rewatched The Prestige over the weekend. And, I mean, it holds up. It's fantastic. It's a great movie. One of Nolan's best. Order it from my library. There's only one in the system. Okay, fair. Yeah. The book is incredible. Give me a second. This is an old secondhand copy I got for $1. But yeah, it's a great book. If you love the movie, definitely read this. If you're interested, yes, The Prestige was Nolan. If you're interested in seeing the movie, well, I don't know. I guess you probably should read the book first. I definitely didn't. I saw the movie a number of times and then discovered there was a book. Well, I guess I knew there was a book, but I didn't know if it was worth reading. Let me switch to this view so you can see it better. But yeah, it's very good. This is a very beaten up copy. It's a bit dirty, but it's basically told through 3 different journals. And so you're just reading the journals of these 3 different people, mainly 2, but there's a 3rd character as well. And yeah, it's a great read. There's a bit of there are a couple of not so family friendly moments, but nothing too out there or graphic. So, but it definitely, if you love the movie, definitely read the book because it adds a different spin on the movie. While not necessarily like, it doesn't, you're still able to go and watch the movie with all the magic of the movie itself, but it's also interesting to consider how the movie tells the story and then how the book tells the story. It's slightly different in some interesting ways. But it also helps explain why the movie is told through those journals. It's mostly illustrations with different lyrics from Talking Head songs. It's all about connection. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. But yeah, go vote in the poll if you're interested in that. And yeah, that's the second channel stuff. A lot of film reviews on the way, and a couple of video essays about Inception, The Prestige, and Donnie Darko as well. So cool stuff coming on that second channel. Before we end for the night, I think I'll show you guys this trailer. Again, if you haven't read, this is another one based off of a book like Wildwood and The Prestige. If you haven't read the book, it's like a little, so you might be missing some of the context, but I think it's a pretty family-friendly story. And I think it's coming out this year, maybe next year. Maybe I'll say. Just right off the bat, this is for Clara and the Sun, which again is a book that I've read. It's great. Go read the book. Janet Ortega is a dubious casting for this character right off the bat. But let's take a look at the trailer. I'll probably say the release date in the description. Yeah, I'll probably say at the end as well. October 23rd. So, a couple days before Wildwood, I guess. Basically, the concept here, because the trailer doesn't really illustrate this super well, but there's a bunch of these robots, these AI robots that are artificial friends. That's what they're called, and they're sold at these stores that people can just go and window shop. It's a pretty normal thing for people in this, science fiction thing. Oh, same day? I thought it was the 25th for some reason. It would make sense if it's the same day, because yeah. One of the problems, as you'll see as this movie goes on, I'm not necessarily sure this is an objective problem or more of a, my personal interpretation of the book problem. I found this to be a very human and not at all robotic interpretation of the artificial friends who are supposed to be AI robots. So it feels a little weird. Like, I wanted them to be a little more stilted and stiff. So I don't know that this is, it's an okay movie, but this is definitely considered a pretty good movie. So that is hopeful, at least. Not seeing no Clanker movie. That's funny.
I'm gonna buy you.
I wouldn't necessarily say the story is pro AI, just for the record. It's a very interesting story about artificial intelligence and human consciousness, and sort of comparing and contrasting. That was how I read it. Comparing this artificial, fake humanity with real humanity, and sort of what it means to be human and actually have a soul and things like that. And it might not entirely be down to the casting and more how it's being directed and how she's being pushed to portray the character, or how she's interpreting the character. It could be the casting, it could be the directing. With this interpretation of Clara, it's a little, and again, this might not be an objective thing. This might be just how I interpreted it when reading the story. I definitely thought she was more, Clara, the character in the book, was more solemn almost and serious than this. And again, it could have been reading something into it that wasn't there. But this very much feels like a...
None of you can say.
Like, I don't know. Like, she has the sort of... Not intelligence, because she definitely didn't... she had the intelligence of, like, a child in a lot of ways in the book, because that's kind of part of the thing. But not so much that, as more the characteristics, personality of a younger child in this, where she's just a bit more like, hey, artificial intelligence has a similar premise, and I liked that. It seems a bit more not mainstream from the trailer. Okay, that's interesting. I've heard of that, but I haven't seen it. But yeah, in the book, I just thought she was a more serious and like thoughtful character than she's really coming across through the way Jenna Ortega is playing her in this.
You're still under warrant.
Like, she just seems a lot more wide-eyed and what's the word? Like, out of her depth. I don't know. That's not it either, because that wasn't necessarily untrue with the book. I'm struggling to put my finger on what exactly this distinction is, but she seems a lot more helpless and like not really knowing what to do. Whereas in the book, Clara was very determined. She knew what to do. Then there's questions about whether she was right in what she decided to do, but she definitely had this determination. Yeah, innocent maybe, but again, like, there is an innocence to her in the book, because she's a robot who's only ever known this store and then gets whisked into being a companion for a human in a human life in a human world, and all the complexities that come with that. But so there is an innocence to the character, and there is a sort of unintelligence in a sense of just not knowing things or not understanding how the world works. But this, she just feels kind of like she's like lost at sea in this world, as opposed to thinking that she's figured out certain things about how to operate in the world, if that makes sense. She could mature throughout, that's true. Based off of the story, if the film follows the story and some of these shots are from moments in the story that relate to that, some of them are from later, and she still seems to be like that. But like, even that, just like the bubbly, cheerful thing, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying that this wasn't what the author intended. It may well be. It's just one of those things where when you read the book, you have a particular way that you imagine certain things. And when there isn't a description in the book, like she's, thank you, she said in a bubbly manner, you kind of, you read something else into it based off of other things. And I just never imagined her acting like this. She just, and this sort of like happy-go-lucky, I think that's the word I'm looking for, like happy-go-lucky kind of vibe, as opposed to someone who, yeah, it doesn't really understand how humans work, but is taking things seriously, and it takes her responsibilities very seriously. It's like Sally and Dan in the live stream version, but less. So anyway, I'm very curious to see this, because again, it's a great book. I have some reservations about it, and it's a, Clara is kind of the main character, so. But again, I'm very happy to be proven wrong about this and have Jenna Ortega come out and do a fantastic performance and be a beautifully constructed movie. That could all very well be the case. I'm not seeing anything in the trailer where it's like necessarily abandoning the heart and soul of it, although I do suspect it's going to turn the film, turn the story more into like a feel-good story about friendship and family, and less so about the sort of philosophical side of the story, which is more about, humanity and consciousness and things like that. But that could just be how the trailer is marketing it, and is trying to attract a crowd that wants to see the family, the fun family friendship story, but will still have that underlying element to it. So I have doubts, but I'm very curious, and I definitely want to see it if I can. So you've convinced me to read the book. Good. Do so. It's good. It's good, and it's not a what's the word? It's not like a hard read. It's a light read, but an interesting read, if that makes sense. It's not vapid, but it's also not like plowing through mud. So my favorite movie that I watched in the past few months is Minority, and a close second is Source Code. Do you mean Minority Report? Source Code is good. I was shocked by that. I mean, it's not like fantastic, but it's good. It's solid. Is it weird that I was kind of scared of Dan and Sally in the live stream? No, it's not weird. Minority Report. Yeah, that one's good. Minority Report. It's been a long time since I've seen that, but I liked it. But yeah, Source Code I thought was going to be like a dumb action movie. And maybe in some ways it is, but it was more interesting than I thought it was going to be. It was just better made. It wasn't as cheesy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Have you seen 12 Angry Men? I have not. It's on my list to watch. Yeah. But yeah, no, Dan and Sally in the live stream were kind of ominous. And they were meant to be. So it makes sense to be a little unnerved by them. Also, they were reanimated corpses. So I feel like you kind of just naturally are going to be a little wary of them. But do you have a Letterboxd account? So I do. I made it maybe a year ago. I have a really hard time keeping up with it because I just can't be bothered to. Like I get it's kind of the social media platform for film enjoyers. But yeah, I don't know if I can even find it anymore. I think it's Here to Be Ghosts is my tag. So if you want to try to find any silly reviews that I wrote of anything. But I don't actually know how to like find users. Oh, wait, here it is. I guess this is my profile. Again, I haven't updated this in a while, but like The Martian is on my watch list, but I've seen that now. Man, look at this. Look at this really deep review. Fun. Yep, I found you. Nice. Yeah, it's not a very I wouldn't say it's like a really thorough profile. But yeah, I made it a while back because I was like, oh, if I'm doing film reviews, I guess people are interested in doing stuff on Letterboxd, but I just haven't been motivated to keep up with it. And obviously, I wasn't trying to even do anything. I was using it more as a way to kind of keep a watch list of myself and make sure I was watching films on a fairly regular basis, but I am watching films on a regular basis even without this now. So here's what my activity is. What's the diary? This is all last. Oh no, this is from early this year. I guess it ends in February. I was doing stuff with it as recent as that. Maybe I reactivated it. Because yeah, it was 2025. It was early 2025 when I started it. But I love your review of Snow White because it encapsulates everything wrong with it in so few words. Laughably bad. Simply perfect. Yeah. That was a movie that was made. But Juice started following you on Letterboxd. Whoa. Thank you for the follow. This is a good movie. Dark. Definitely dark. Not necessarily uplifting. But these are some weird ones. I don't know if I should have rated this so high. There was a weird period where I watched a couple of Ewan McGregor movies, and it just kept recommending me more and more, and I was finding these really like odd, kind of unknown movies that he stars in. Anyway, Somnia's good. Wake Up Dead Man was okay. This is good. Solid movie. Pacific Rim was a joke, but it was a fun joke. Fantastic Beasts is kind of meh. Martian is pretty good. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Again, I didn't like add it to my Letterboxd diary or anything, but I saw that recently, and I did enjoy that quite a lot. I think I'd like Project Hail Mary more, but they are different enough that you can like not compare them. And definitely, I want more movies like that. I want the Andy Weir cinematic universe. He has a lot of movies where he tries to get home, especially The Odyssey coming soon. Yeah, that's true. But no, The Martian was good. Hey Tina, here's some ham. I'm afraid I don't get that. Probably should, but I don't. Is that a Fantastic Beasts reference? Oh, Napoleon Dynamite. Okay. I've only seen it once. I know it's like a cult classic or something. It's very popular. I don't know if I'm using this term cult classic correctly, but I liked it. I didn't grow up watching it or anything, but I watched it for the first time recently, and I liked it. It was good. It's a nice feel-good movie. Matt Damon needs help. I think he's lost. Yeah. Gotta do what we can to get him home. Look it up. Look up that quote. Okay. All right. Hey, Tina, here's some ham. Like, watch the scene, or... Yeah, that is it. Oh. I forgot. Yeah, that was funny. I forgot who Tina was. You know, 5.25. Will you actually send me a DVD? Yeah, I should get my Interstellar Blu-ray just to flex on all of you who don't have one. Can't watch the movie. So this is a Blu-ray DVD combo, right? This is actually the first or second Blu-ray I got as a Christmas gift, but it has a film cell in it from a 70mm IMAX print, which is really cool. It's not from an actual, it's from a print, but it's not from an actual IMAX moment, which is a little disappointing, but it's still really cool to have. So I don't know what the best way is to show it, because it's kind of have to let the light hit it. It's not. Oh, put my address in chat. Yeah, please don't do that. Let me see if... Does that kind of work? It's not the greatest look at it because it's not backlit or anything. Just joined, so I don't know what we're talking about. I'm in love with the scream at the end of the Drag Path anime performance. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a shame the cameraman just didn't feel like filming it. But yeah, so Blu-rays and DVDs. Yeah, maybe sometime, maybe for one of these after shows with Perligo, I should go through some of my favorite Blu-rays. That's really cool to film. Yeah, no, it is cool. Don't need to know Juice's address. It is great. It's a fantastic movie. Yeah. One of my favorite movies. It would be cool if, I don't know, if DVDs were still circulated well. Like, I understand we practically can't actually do that because it would require people sharing addresses to share DVDs around to each other in a way that, I mean, if you guys want to trust each other to do that, go ahead. But in terms of as a more community-wide thing, like, we couldn't. But it would be cool if something like that did exist, you know, like in various cities around America, there were just different outposts where DVDs would be sent to, and then you could go pick it up, where you wouldn't have to share your personal address, but if you're just in the area, you could go to these particular places and borrow someone's DVD and watch it, and then send it on to the next person. I don't think enough people do it because not enough people care about physical media anymore, but it would be cool. I'm in Eastern Standard Time for time zone. Fryer idea, yeah. Maybe when I'm retired and doing a business, just have time to do business ventures. Could do something like that. You too? Nice. It's the best time zone. Like, I love the idea of opening a video rental store. Not for VHS, but for DVDs, Blu-rays, 4K discs, all that kind of stuff. It's just not enough people care about it. Blockbuster were around today. I bet they would do decent business. Maybe. I don't know. So many people I talk to. Oh, I guess actually this could be a fair point. Because so many people I talk to don't want to get into physical media because they don't want to store it, which is fair. I mean, I have these shelves here, but most of this is actually books. I have another shelf there that's just stacked full. You can't see it's on the other side of the room, but it's four shelves of DVDs, but it's 2 layers, so each shelf has 2 rows of DVDs. But I have more like personal Blu-rays there and personal DVDs there, and then I have like when I say personal, I mean like my favorite ones, my beloved collection, and then I have a broader collection there that I kind of am watching through, and I just got a bunch like secondhand as opposed to things like this that were either gifts or I bought brand new. I understand not wanting to destroy stuff, but I love looking at my movie shelf. Exactly, it's a great aesthetic to have. And it's also, there's just something else, there's something really cool about watching a movie and the movie experience when you have a physical thing that you can tangibly hold. Here we go. I'm going to bed now. Awesome stream. See you next time. Have a good night. 5.21. Thanks for being here. I mean, you're here the whole stream. 4.5 hours. But yeah, have a great night. Thanks for being here. See you next stream. Hopefully see you in the comments. Wish I could buy more DVDs, but I don't have the funds. Yeah, so exactly. So that's the thing. It's like people don't want to store them. That's the biggest complaint. Is people don't want to store them. People don't get the point in physical media when you have streaming, even though it's objectively worse, and oftentimes the quality of streaming is actually worse than physical media, even DVDs. I mean that's a different conversation. I don't know a ton about. DVDs are fairly low quality, but especially Blu-rays and 4K discs because they're uncompressed. It's kind of like listening to a CD versus on Spotify. But not people care about that. They don't want to store it. They don't want to pay for it. Absolutely be in the chat, especially if you talk about setlist predictions. Yeah, that's the plan for next stream. Setlist predictions for the Ohio show. So just figuring out how to get that. I think the last Blu-ray I bought was a Coraline Steelbook. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I want to get. If they do a Project Hail Mary Steelbook, I want to get that. I always miss out on Steelbooks. But I should have gone to bed like 2.5 hours ago, but I might as well ride this one out. I'm just never going to stop streaming, so you're doomed. California, it'd be hard for me to leave, but I have been on that side of the U.S. and I liked it. I don't like having actual weather. I liked it, though I don't like having actual weather. California doesn't have seasons. It's always the same. That would be really boring for me. I love weather. Yes, it's inconvenient when a thunderstorm comes through and a breath of wind threatens to cut your power, but it's also nice to have a thunderstorm and snow and spring. So I go shower and go to bed, but now you're here. Yep. Do you miss physical media? It feels like we don't really own movies anymore due to streaming. You don't. You just actually don't. That's the problem. And the other thing is, even when you buy something on demand, it can be changed, right? Like, scenes can be pulled, and they're just gone. That's happened before. Now, sometimes that happens for valid reasons, right? There's something that maybe shouldn't have been in there in the first place. Okay, fine. But, like, if that's the only thing that exists or the only way people experience that film, you do lose some of the history of what that film is. Again, there are exceptions to that where it's like perfectly valid why they're cutting scenes. That's a whole other conversation. But my point is, if you really don't own anything, if you don't own any of your movies and they're all in a sort of online database, even when you've bought them, whoever does control the rights of that digital product can actually go in and alter it. My family had a lot of DVDs, and growing up, my dad would buy cassettes for music sometimes. Nice. I recently bought a cassette. The Gettysburg soundtrack. Once I have behind steelbooks, I'd rather have the normal cases. It's just more art, really, is my understanding. I don't have any steelbooks currently, but basically, I think the idea is instead of it being something like this, where you have the text and this other text, like the poster, right? You have the poster, you've got some quote, the title, all the credit, there, this strip here. Then on the back, you've got all this text with the blurb and the specs and all that kind of stuff. Instead, it's all just art. So it's like a still from the movie or an expanded poster with very little text, if any. And so it just allows you to have more of a scene, I guess, from the movie, more of an art thing, more of a mini poster in your hand, and it's metal, so it's kind of a like cool case. But yeah, I like the consistency of everything roughly looking pretty much the same, and so you can't exclusively collect Blu-rays or steelbooks because there aren't steelbooks for every single movie release. But then if I got a steelbook, I would also get a Blu-ray of it, right? So I'll be more than happy to get a steelbook of Interstellar, but I would want to still have this for the vibe. I thought you were going to say Gettysburg Address and you just got the Gettysburg Address to listen to. No. I might buy that if I saw it, but I know I just saw there was a cassette at a thrift store for the Gettysburg film soundtrack. So, but yeah, no, just I don't know. It like to your point, that Blockbuster could potentially come back and do well. It maybe could in the sense that people wouldn't have to store stuff and wouldn't necessarily have to pay as much for it. So I've seen some newer artists release cassettes, so I'd love if we got some for Trench, Clancy, Breach, etc. from the Pilots. Well, we got some from Trench and Clancy. We just didn't get any for Breach. Scaled and Icy, every album except for Self-Titled and Regional Best have had cassettes. They're just really hard to find these days. Even Clancy. Scaled and Icy, I think you still can pretty easily because not as many people bought those. Good Kid even released their own cassette player. That's cool. But yeah, no, they've all had cassettes until Breach. Breach just didn't for some reason. We had 3.5 million vinyls, but no cassettes. I was pretty disappointed by that. So I don't know anything about Good Kids myself. Can we hang out sometime? Is that the EP? Saw them in April. Nice. Yeah, I love to get Drag Path on vinyl. 100%. I'm disappointed that they didn't release anything for the single release, right? If they had, what they really should have done is release a 7-inch when they released it as a single, and on one side have the single, and on the other side have the digital remains version. And it can be a limited edition, that's fine. But to not have that song on physical media is really disappointing and tragic. And it would have worked so well for the whole Drag Path, you know, what it was in the digital remains. I guess it's not digital if it's on a vinyl, but you get my point. Like it would have been really cool to have a physical copy of that. I used to think cassettes were only for older 80s songs or classic rock. I mean, I'm sure there was a time when that was basically all that was being put on cassette. But they came back, just like vinyls. Also, cassettes, kind of like VHS tapes, are mostly an aesthetic thing. From my understanding, the quality on them is usually worse. But it's the whole, like, aesthetic thing. I remember once when I was in New York City, I saw this person on the train who had an old Walkman. Not like a CD Walkman, but an old cassette Walkman. And it was just so cool to see them, like, changing out cassettes and listening to music like that. You're prepped for the end of the world when there's no streaming. Kind of like what they did for the DAT demo. Yeah, kind of. Yep. The DAT demo. Remember when there was 7-inch with the line? I kind of wish I got one. I really wish I got one. It sold out instantly. I think I found out about it the day it went on sale. And it was already gone. And now it was like reselling for $300. Because it wasn't released through the 21pilots store. It was released through like Merch Bar or something that, I don't know. They didn't advertise it themselves. So it was only people who like watch every single physical media music site out there that knew about it. And it was very limited edition. So, but maybe one of these days, either it will come down enough in price from a reseller that I could buy it as the hype kind of dies down, or they'll release it again. They really should do like the ultimate vinyl bundle where you've got Vessel. I mean, a self-titled pressing on vinyl would be awesome, but leaving that aside, since it's unlikely, you got Vessel, Blurry Face, Trench, Skilled and Icy, right? All of those, like the albums, Clancy, Breach, and then also 7 inches for Heathens, Christmas Saves the Year, Level of Concern, the Craving single version, which also doesn't exist on physical media, Drag Path, Doubt Demo, The Line, A bunch of others. Overcompensate and the overcompensate edit. I don't know if there's much point in that. It was just a shorter version. Location sessions, but that wouldn't necessarily need to be in the final bundle, I guess. But like all their official releases, but also on physical media and in like all the singles on there as well, on 7-inch singles. Yeah, I think the only way you can get the line on vinyl is by buying the entire soundtrack. And even the entire soundtrack is hard to get now. I would be willing to get the entire soundtrack. Because, like, I guess you can get Heathens on vinyl technically, too. But you can't get Level of Concern. You can get the Live from Outside version of Level of Concern. But not the actual one. And you can't get Drag Path, which is weird. Really should have done that. But they didn't ask me, so it's okay. Next time. I hope we get more vinyls from JD as well. I remember when they did the Fortnite live stream a little while ago. A long while ago now. It was Better Dead, wasn't it, when they did that? What was it? Why was I thinking there was another song this year from them? There's Better Dead and Bolt Cutter. And then this new one. I think that's it, right? And there was the Echo Chamber music video as well. So, but yeah, when they did the Fortnite live stream back, whenever that was, they were. I remember I and a couple of others were in that live chat, talking to them, and they were asking about, merch ideas. A bunch of people, including myself, were saying we need more vinyls because we've only got silver. And so like, oh, okay, that's an interesting idea. We'll take that into consideration. I don't know if they're actually going to do anything with it, but it would be cool to have more, have Napalm and the Haze at least on vinyls, even if we don't have their singles. But they could do some 7 inches with Matte Black, Coward Into My Grave as well. There's a lot of other great songs on there, and I think I saw at Target recently. The Arcane soundtrack. The haze has shrunk on you over the years? Like it's gotten worse? Oh yeah, you can get the haze. Or not the haze. Man, I'm losing it, aren't I? You can get the Arcane soundtrack at Target. It's $41. Which is a lot. Is this the right one? Season 2. Why is it just called Line, not The Line? Anyway, I might look into getting this though. 41's not terrible. And then they have the season 1. Wait, this is season 2 as well. Huh. But this is like, this is the actual score, not the soundtrack. So this is the show score. You can't see what I'm looking at, by the way. I'm aware. I'm not planning to dwell on this, but so there's a score of season 2, which is the music for the show, and then there's the soundtrack, which is all the music, like promotional music to go with the show. But okay, I might have to buy that. Yeah, I'm glad I liked it when it came out, because if I thought then how I think of it now, I might not have stuck around. Yeah, that's interesting. I think it's fair to say I still like the Haze. I think there's some really strong songs on the Haze, but I think it pales in comparison, and I'm sure they're aware of this too, it pales in comparison to Napalm and Silver. And, excuse me. And yeah, it just what was I gonna say? It just one part of the reason why I liked it when it came out was because I thought this is a really cool start to a band that I think is going to be really interesting. But it is now like they've grown so much from that it's now one of their weakest projects. Might be their weakest project. Like I think that's fair to say. Medication, great song. Inverted Forest is pretty good. I like a lot of songs on them, but yeah, like again, also what was it? Entropy used to be my favorite song by them, and it's in no way my favorite song by them now. They have so many better songs, and so it's sort of. I thought it was a really cool start to a really cool band, and I still think that's true. It's just I'm also glad they've really matured and grown from that, if that makes sense. So yeah, I don't know. It also, I instantly liked Napalm a lot better than the Haze, just in terms of there being more hit or miss songs on the Haze. There's some songs that just really aren't my thing on that album, and there's some I really like. And I think Medication's probably the best off of the Haze. Entropy is good. Rose-colored lenses is good. Inverted Forest, yeah, Inverted Forest is great. Sunseekers is good. Yeah, they're good ones for sure. Candy's fun, but in terms of production, lyricism, musical style, all that kind of stuff, they really hit their stride with Napalm, and I like what they did with Silver as well. But I wouldn't say that Silver far outpaced Napalm in the same way that I think Napalm definitely outpaced the Haze. So, but I don't know. Medication, yeah, that's good. Yep. Yeah. Medication is the echo chamber of the Haze. I don't know. But I think the Napalm might be my favorite album by them. Silver's got some really good songs on it, but I think I more consistently like the way Napalm flows, and more consistently like the songs, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I like all the songs on Silver, but there's some I definitely listen to a lot more, whereas Napalm, I don't often skip songs as much when I'm listening all the way through. If that makes sense. So I'd love to have Napalm on vinyl. Absolutely love that. But Better Dead, Better Dead vinyl, like a 7-inch would be really cool. I'm trying to think what would be on the B side. But My Stripe, Secondhand Smoke, Synthetic, Envious. Yeah. Wallow. Really like Wallow. Napalm's good. Frostbite. Incredible. One of their best songs. But yeah, Envious is fantastic. Synthetic's pretty good. Secondhand Smoke's good, yeah. Ghostman's okay. I mean, I like it. It's just, I think it's not their strongest. But I wish they had made more music videos for that album, honestly. I think it was just Ghostman. I really hope they do more. I mean, I guess they did Tell Me Something I Don't Know, and they did Echo Chamber. But I hope they do more for Silver in terms of music videos. I feel like Algorithm is pretty slept on. Yeah, Algorithm is very good. Yeah, Algorithm, Echo Chamber, Eclipse, Fragile, Reanimate. Those are some of my favorites on Silver. Chokehold is good. Yeah. I think lyrically, Chokehold is very interesting. Musically, it's not my favorite. It's a little, like, I like what they did with it musically, and I think it fits the song well. It's not as nice to listen to, I guess. I don't typically go for slow songs, but algorithm speaks to me. Okay, nice. That's good. I typically do go for slow songs. So, Bandito, Truce, Intentions, Cottonwood, Leave the City, Neon Gravestones. Some of my favorites. Paladin Street. So, I think Center Mass into Conwood is an underrated transition. Fair. Don't listen to Center Mass a ton, but yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I think Trench has their best slow songs through their discography. I mean, yeah, Trench has their best songs through their discography. But yeah, no, that's fair. I've got Neon Gravestones, Bandito, Leave the City. Those are all solid songs. Cut My Lip is slower, I guess. It's not as good, but it's there. Cinematic or big songs? Like what? Name some examples. So yeah, I think the next The Mountain by Gorillaz. It's one of their best albums, really. Okay. I've only heard, what was the short film that they put out that had like 2 or 3 songs on it? I've heard those, and I think that's it. So it might be worth going through and actually listening to the whole album, because I liked those. I'm not big on Gorillaz. I like some of their songs, but I'm overall not a huge fan. But I'd be curious to sit down and listen to that whole album. The Mountain, the Moon Cave, and the Sad God. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I thought that was well put together. Feel Good Incorporated, obviously, is a classic. But favorite of theirs? Okay. Yeah, well, I'll definitely look into it then. Jumpsuit, Downstairs, The Line, Ode to Sleep, etc. Okay. Yep, I see what you're saying. Those are all great songs. Yeah. The top 3 albums are The Now, Plastic, Beach, and The Mountain. Okay. Yeah, I'll listen to The Mountain. I'll give it a try. So I'd say the next time I stream will probably be mid-July. Let me just look at what July actually looks like for me. I don't have a specific date in mind yet. Obviously, things move around, especially this far out. But yeah, it'll probably be like the 13th. Probably the next time I go live. I didn't really mention this at all. I've kind of teased it the past couple times. There's a project I'm working on. So long to wait, I know. There's a project that I've been working on that I've mentioned a couple times. Still working on it. I'm getting close to a point where I can start releasing stuff for it, if that makes sense. So it's like it's a series of videos, and I want to make sure I have a solid chunk done before I start releasing them, so I can have a kind of regular cadence for them to come out. But ideally, this probably won't be the case. But since there's only a few of you here, I'm willing to reveal this. Ideally, wow. Perfect timing. Okay. Ideally, that was very funny. I will have it at a point where the next time I stream, I will be able to kind of reveal what I've been working on. Again, I've probably overhyped this. I'll tell you what it is, and you'll be like, "Well, that's it." But gonna reveal that would have been fun. I should have just ended stream there, honestly. I'll be at a point where I can sort of announce when it's going to start releasing and reveal what it is. Like, it will be basically ready to go. So that's the hope. That's how close it is. And then once it starts, it's going to be an ongoing thing for a while. So again, don't be too excited. I'm overhyping it. I'm excited for it. It's something I've had in mind for a while, so I'm excited to just do it. Not necessarily because I think it's the most groundbreaking thing anyone's ever done, but just because I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, it will, even if it doesn't live up to the hype, I think it'll be a solid project that you guys will enjoy. So, thought the same thing. Yeah. Next time. Yeah, so that's the plan, and then we'll kind of go from there. But then once that's up and running, the idea has always been, once that is up and running and I have things going out and I'm in a good rhythm for creating and releasing those videos in the series, I will go back to streaming on a more regular basis, like every other week, until November. And I'm going to take a break, like I mentioned, for a little while from streaming. There will still be content coming out on the channel. I just won't be streaming for a little while, like 2 months, probably, maybe a little longer, maybe a little less. I don't know. And yeah, so that's what we're looking at. I think, yeah, the summer is really dedicated to just kind of wrapping up the getting stuff off the ground, and so you guys can finally enjoy the content. Like I said, I don't know if you play it, but Deltarune has a new chapter coming out tomorrow. I don't play it, but that's cool. I feel like I was going to say something else, but regardless, yeah, so that's the plan. That project's on the way, and I have ideas for, I mean, there's a lot of content in the works for the second channel, Perligo Review, related to film and video essays, and some of that will overlap with this channel and 21pilots stuff as well. And then a couple more theories in the works, like what we did tonight, and some other collaborations and JD content and all that kind of stuff. So I'm excited. It's gonna be a good summer. It is summer already, but it's gonna be a good July and August. So yeah, if you guys have more ideas of things you would like to see, other content you think I should make, keep them coming. And definitely, like I said, I'm going to start going through and doing like dedicated breakdowns to some of these longer comments in the community tab. So feel free to continue posting more there. There's going to be one that wasn't a community tab comment, but a really long Perligo Ponders comment that I didn't think, it was so long that itself was about the length of a Perligo Ponders episode, just talking about that one. So I pulled that out of Perligo Ponders and I'm turning it into a video, standalone video, just breaking that down and responding to that and talking about it. So I'm going to have that, and that'll kind of be an example of similar things I'm going to keep doing with your longer comments and your longer theories that you send me. And assuming they're interesting and good, and not, something I can actually talk about and understand enough to explore and talk about. But all this to say, keep those coming. Any other video ideas that you have, keep them coming. I might not do them, but I'm happy to hear what you guys think would be cool to see. Next stream, we'll be proposing ideas for the Ohio show set list, and probably doing Perligo Ponders and any other random things that come up before then as well. And like I said, hopefully the next stream will be announcing what this project is and when it's going to start coming out. So it's going to be fun. With that being said, we have reached 5 hours of streaming. So I think that makes this officially the longest stream to date. We did go through a lot. Had a fun after show with you guys, just chilling. If you enjoyed that, hoping to do more of that in the future, because I enjoyed it. It was a nice unwind. Thanks for sharing that trailer. And thank you all for being here. And especially those of you who stuck around for more than, 20 minutes. For everyone who was here for 4 hours and so on. There were a good number of you, surprisingly. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Very much enjoyed it. Awesome. Yeah, you were here from the start, Leviticus. That's crazy. So were you, Juice Juice. Or near the start, at least. So yeah, thank you for being here. I'm glad everything kind of worked out okay. Glad we didn't stream yesterday. That would have been tough. Especially for this long. But really funny, even though I missed most of it. I'm sorry. Well, the VOD will be up, and highlights will be on the way as well. All right, not to belabor the point. So let's call it there. Have a good night. Thank you so much for being here. I will see you in the next stream, and I will see you in some more videos this week, both highlights from this and some brand new videos that I'm excited to share with all of you. So thank you for being here. Good night. I'll see you next time.